And good morning, everybody. All across the country, we're getting set for day three of the Michael Lipoff Invitational Tournament held just outside of Chicago, Illinois. Again, good morning. My name is Anthony Scott Knox, and I'm on the call this morning with Miles Bacon, also being backed up by Jeff Disher. How are you guys doing this morning?
Doing well, doing well. Glad to be here with you, Scott, and really excited to see some solid handball action. We got three games lined up here for our call duo or trio, the triumvirate, as it were. That said, there's going to be a lot of really solid tactical handball that we're going to be looking for. Our first match is Denver versus Chicago. Later on, we've got Army West Point versus Cal Heat from San Francisco, and the New York Athletic Club takes on LA in the last of our three games covered.
And just as a shout out to the rest of the tournament going on, we have been focusing on this national cup that the USA team handball is putting on this year, where we'll have six teams in the pool for the national cup. Every tournament, each team will play four games. So out of the six teams, each team is going to play each other at least twice. And then as we approach the West Point tournament later on in the season from February 27th to March 1st, there'll be a little bit of a reset to get through the last two of the 12 total games. So far this weekend, we've gone through three games with the New York Athletic Club and Los Angeles Team Handball Club leading the way in the National Cup pool so far, both with 3-0 records. Denver and Chicago in third place with a 2-1 record. Denver in fourth place with a 1-2 record, and then Army and Cal Heat bringing up the rear, both 0-3 so far. But again, in addition to the National Cup pool this weekend, we also have, of course, just the regular field taking place. After we finish our three National Cup games this morning, um, the tournament will finish off with the gold medal matches. On the women's side, it'll be Chicago versus San Diego, and for the men's side, it'll be New York City handball versus the Dallas Handball Club for gold. So lots of handball to be enjoyed today all around. We are again going to focus on the National Cup games, and we'll be getting ready to get started here in just a few moments. And we are underway here as the teams have just now thrown off the first pass of the day. And it looks like we've got blue here trying to
I believe we've
blue
got
of
Chicago in blue and Denver in the black kits.
all right, Chicago in blue and Denver wearing black right off the bat. Chicago does get their first goal of the game right here.
Chicago has showed us their desire to be very tactically sound, very well balanced and organized team. So we should really see Chicago spread the court and get contributions from all across as we see a foul from Chicago defensively against the Denver attacker.
Denver with the ball now on the left side. They're going to get wrapped up again here on the left, and they'll reset on the left side. Denver again coming into this morning's match with a 1-2 record. Chicago 2-1. So again, right the middle of the pack as far as the National Cup pool is concerned, right here, taking on each other.
Chicago out on the counter, looking to finish the break and cashes that goal in. That looked like number 21. Um, and I apologize if I mispronounce anyone's names. I'm doing my best. We have Khalil Zviz with the second goal for Chicago, giving them a 2-0 advantage.
Denver now with the ball in the half court. Always interesting to see the different setups that teams take right now. Denver goes with a one-on-one attack right in the middle of the court and gets their first goal of the game.
A lot of space there in the Chicago line as they're playing a six flat defense. You got to come over and help. Nobody stepped in to help. Center back was able to cash in that goal. So now it's 2-1. Chicago with a slight lead early on in this contest.
Oh, Chicago. Hard shot over the net will go off against the wall, and it'll be goalie ball for Denver.
Denver will gladly take that. That keeper is excited to see a ball sail over his head. You know, Denver doesn't have a very deep lineup, so it'll be interesting to see how Chicago tries to take advantage as we see Denver take a shot that sails just high over the head of Patrick Jalabert.
Chicago now bringing the ball back up. Denver quickly back in the defensive position. Saw 5-1 now fall back flat, left wing with the shot, and it's saved by the goalie.
Good save. Denver doesn't have that deep lineup, but they do have a solid keeper in net. We'll see what they can do against this mighty Chicago team. Looks like Sebastian Pouchet in net for the Denver squad.
Right. Shadow looks like it's going to be on the center back right here for Denver. And with that extra space on the line, Denver is able to get a nice shot over on the left back position.
Like you said, Scott, having that extra space on that back line, when you extend one person way out top, the back five almost has to play like that person who was out for them doesn't exist. They're going to have to tighten up that back line. We've seen a couple times already that Denver's been able to exploit that back five.
Chicago now trying to get it set up, moving right to left. Left back has it in the center of the court, and he's denied by the goalie again, pushed out to the end line. It'll be goalie ball, Denver.
Pouchet looks like he did a great job of finding that line of the shot. A high shot comes in with no bounce, so he was able to find that line, take a stab at it, punch it out over the end line, and earns himself a goal throw.
This time, Chicago drops all the way back in the sick flat defense as number 7, Diego Morales, sends it to the left wing. They'll keep it going and reset. Chicago creates the foul, and they'll get Denver reset right here in the middle of the court.
We're already starting to see a tendency from Denver to play a lot on the left side. We haven't seen many touches here on the right side from the right back nor the right wing. We'll see as we see Denver continuing to attack through the middle, getting another goal here and taking an early advantage on Chicago.
Darko Kondev with the shot, but then Chicago brings it right back and gets their own quick goal. Denver slow to get back in defense that last possession, and they give up the shot that gave them the lead, and now it's tied up again.
We saw Chicago last night doing a good bit of countering. They're not the fastest team, but when you make a good pass, you don't have to be fast. You just have to be accurate with your passes, as we see an accurate shot once again from Denver as they try to keep a steady lead here, 4-3 early on.
This is, again, the 4th game that these teams have played this weekend, and you spoke about it just yesterday about how as the Chicago center back takes a one-on-one and gets right down through the middle for a goal for Chicago. After 3 games and basically 24 hours, the body starts to wear down a little bit. And yesterday, Miles, you mentioned how in the beginning of these games, sometimes teams can be a little bit slow to find their footing and to find their form on both offense and defense. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of that as some of the goals that have been allowed have just been one-on-one shots and not a whole lot of creativity taken. So maybe the defense has been a little bit slow to get out of bed this morning.
A little bit of a cobweb or two in the early rising, but a good goal there by Denver. No charge called as Chicago was looking for it, but the officials say play on, and Denver does just that, burying a shot from the left wing.
Chicago now brings it up, and again, will slowly get their offense set. Center back for Chicago's number 22, Aljes Supovec. He takes the ball down the middle, crosses with the left back, who sends it to the right. Denver's defense getting a little bit more solid right here, making Chicago search. Again, nice defense by Denver. They were able to create that wall that allowed for that tough shot to be taken, and the goalie handled it no problem.
No
This time
foul.
it'll be another foul on the fast break attempt by Denver, and they're still trying to push with the secondary.
A 3-on-1 opportunity for Denver. You got to give that ball up, make the defender commit to somebody else. It's going to be hard for one person to guard three, but Chicago did a good job of coming out with a common foul in that exchange.
Morales gets tied up by Chicago, and they'll reset. Morales with the ball up top. He does a quick shot. It bounces out. Right wing tries to scoop it up, but it'll be goalie ball for Chicago.
Yeah, it looks like he might have stepped on the line, or at least the official determined that the wing had stepped on the line. So good hustle, but unfortunate result as Chicago uh, comes to their offensive side. Notice how Chicago is spreading the court and utilizing much more of the entirety of their offensive width, right to left, as contrasted to Denver. We'll see how these styles kind of play themselves out as we see Denver extending into a high 5-1 defense.
Denver putting a little bit of extra pressure out as Chicago gets the ball going on the right side. Right wing has got it, but he gets the shot. Excuse me, that was the right back. There's still one more player down there, and the right wing is able to cash it in for Chicago. Quick start, a little bit too quick for Denver, as everybody has to be behind the line before you get things set right here. And now Chicago will get it. Excuse me, Denver will get it reset right here.
We'll want to see the Denver Wolves really get themselves much more court balance as we see a turnover with no call out on the break. Number 21, Khalil Zviz with a goal on a fast break. Again, Chicago, not the fastest team per se, but you don't have to be fast as long as your attack is with precision. And Chicago is very good at countering and creating numbers as we see them really stagger back into their defensive set, looking a little bit more comfortable. Looks like some of the cobwebs have come off, and now both teams are really starting to engage in this game.
Gentlemen, this is the first game we've seen all weekend with Denver wearing the lighter numbers. We've always seen them in the darker kits.
Good to see for our purposes the contrast. My eyes are a little bit older as we see Denver getting a penalty shot. The defender was inside six, steps up and buries it. Remember, you got to hit those shots at about a 90% clip or above if you really want to have great opportunity to win in any contest.
Darko Kondev gets the penalty shot for Denver, and it is now 7-6. Chicago's got the ball, mishandled on the left side. They're able to re-scoop it up, and there'll be a foul.
Very fortunate for Chicago to regain that after the fumbled opportunity. We'll see if Chicago could take advantage of their bit of luck in that moment.
Chicago nailing it on the right wing again. Right wing this time caught in between the knees by the goalie, and the goalie has a quick restart. He's got somebody down there, but unable to connect.
Gotta
And the
be
goal.
careful. Sorry,
Good,
Scott,
Miles.
didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say you got to be careful if you're taking your opportunities. That opportunity's got to be there in those one-on-one fast breaks. I would say you've got to have at least a high 80s, 90, 95% opportunity to get that pass completed. It was going to be a tough seam route. I was covered by the the safety on that one as Chicago retains possession.
Nice slip to the pivot. That'll be a goal for Chicago here.
Chicago noticing something in the Denver defense, being able to draw that man off of the line. That third defender from the right comes out and leaves the pivot. No coverage from the other members of the back line. Chicago takes advantage and now takes a bit of a lead.
Denver now with the ball in a a tie game. A 1-goal lead. Having trouble
I
seeing that score
believe
clock.
the foul was called before the shot was taken.
Yep, goal disallowed. Good save by Patrick Jalabert. Chicago looking to take advantage here. Again, watch Chicago with their court spread, the dynamic of their movement from right to left and left to right. A little bit unlucky with that iron. Very
Ball
lucky
high
for the
off the
goalkeeper.
crossbar.
Goalkeeper will take that every single time.
And nearly off the roof too, guys.
That used to that in the old days that would result if the ball caromed off of the roof, that would result in a jump ball. Rules have since changed, and that now is given to the defensive team.
Denver with a nice shot off the right wing right here. Be another goal for the Wolves. And
There's your
Chicago
tie.
gets a reset here.
There's your tie, Knox.
Very important for Denver to get themselves some attack and threat from both sides of the court. Again, court balance is going to matter. Once teams see that your team is not shooting from all positions, they're going to load up on one side or the other to take advantage of that. Good save and a rebound.
Nice kick save, goes right out to Denver. It's going to initiate a little bit of a fast break for them. They've got numbers, but perhaps not the ability to get the score, although it's not over yet. And they do get the score
Quick
right
reset.
here. Number 7, Diego Morales with a secondary fast break as Chicago tries to create the foul, but is unable to get Denver all the way to a stop before they get the goal.
Gotta keep going, play through the whistle. From time to time, even if you do get the foul, you have to be ready. If the ball is set at the 9-meter line and all players are outside of that 9-meter arc, the ball can be played in as soon as they want. And sure enough, Denver does that. And as we see a 7-meter opportunity present itself for Chicago.
Empty cross right there that initiated that play between the center back and the left back. And then as the right back received the ball here, foul occurred.
Looked like the officials were trying to determine if there might have been a 2-minute as well on that play, but it looks like they've concurred that it's only going to be a 7-meter shot. They're still having a bit of a discussion there, but it will be a 7-meter for certain for Chicago. Now it looks like they have given a 2-minute to Chicago. Interesting.
All right.
That'll be a damn 2-minute penalty for Chicago. And I do mean number 30, Benedict Dam.
Nice save, Knox.
Aljaz Supovic steps up to the line for the 7-meter throw. Ooh, a really unlucky exchange there for Chicago to not only miss the 7-meter, but also to have a penalty against their own team in a 2-minute situation. So now Denver looks to attack, playing 6 versus 5. We'll see what Chicago does with this back line to see how they can mitigate some of these scoring opportunities for Denver.
Miles, we consider that a double whammy in Minnesota.
For sure. They once bitten, twice shy, or twice bitten, once upset. Regardless, Chicago comes up with a save there. Now we're going to look at them. They're going to do a little bit of penalty kill here, kind of be a little bit more deliberate, swing the ball, take some of the offense. If I'm Chicago, I'm going to take at least 30 seconds off of this offensive possession if possible, so as to kill that 2-minute penalty.
And Denver has extended into a extended shadow defense against Chicago, but in doing that, they left somebody completely open, even though they have 1-man advantage right here, and they give up the goal to Chicago on the left side, as Denver will rush it back in order to try to take as much advantage of this 2-minute penalty as they can. They got a player down the court, and another Chicago defender is going to come off the floor here, bringing their squad down to 4. That was number 18, Rayan Ben Amar, who's going to have the 2-minute penalty given right here.
Really, really, really unfortunate for Chicago in this scenario now to have 4 players on the court. Denver got burned last time on defense by extending their pressure. Now they've got a lot of space on offense. Let's see if they can cash in. Huge save by Patrick Jalabert and a great diving save to keep that ball in play and protect the possession for Chicago. That's the hustle that we want to see. If your goalie is able to make a save that goes over that sideline, you better be able to get to that rebound and hold possession for your team.
You want to move quickly when you've got such an advantage, but it seems like Denver kind of rushed things right there as Chicago comes back and with 4 men on the court, able to get a goal. And
Denver,
then
very sloppy on this exchange, giving up a goal, being up 2 men, and then to give a quick turnover back to Chicago. This is playing exactly into Chicago's hands as we see Chicago has killed one of the penalties, still more time to kill on the second penalty.
Chicago's playing 5-on-6 right here on the offensive side. Got a lot of great opportunities considering they were down by 2 men. They got a goal, they got a stop, and then they killed some more time. They're still down by 1 man right here as Denver gets set up in the offense. Denver's only going to have a few moments right here before Chicago's back at full strength. Let's see if they're able to take advantage of this 1 man advantage right here before both teams are back at full strength.
Denver is going to really, you want to see them be less stagnant with the ball. As we see there, the ball is kind of stuck in one place. Chicago gets the steal, gets out on the fast break. All right, Denver, if you've got the man advantage, you want to see the ball moving quickly side to side, forcing that 5-man Chicago wall to really cover a bunch of ground quickly. Ball fake here, a little bit of a floater. Great shot.
Nice fluff shot right there for Denver.
Penalties for Chicago. Penalties for Chicago Inter are done.
They're done. Yep. Thanks, Jeff. Penalties for Chicago are done. Everybody's at full strength for Denver. That was number 7 right there on that last score attempt for Denver.
Now we see Denver playing a high 2-man kind of shadow, it would seem. Number 22 here for Chicago, Aljaz Supovic getting marked up. Number 27 from Chicago in on the attack. Called a common foul there. They'll reset from 9 meters.
Supovic with the ball in the center court. He'll try to get things going as he attacks the defense on his own and misses the net wide. Denver will push things back with a tie game, 9-9, 12.5 minutes to go here. And another quick shot attempt by Diego Morales, the center back.
You know, if you let me tell it, Denver has already shown what they want to do. Chicago is just slow to respond. They haven't done much to get their hands up, to come out and approach the center back and make solid contact. As we see Chicago get another slip inside, they're going to play against that back Denver wall and see how Denver adjusts.
Denver with the ball in the half court. A little bit flat-footed right here as they look to get things set up and the rest of their offense come back down. You see the right wing, Moose McCory, getting set up right here on the right side for Denver.
Attacking in, no foul called, and a save goes in the books on a missed shot. Chicago
back-to-back shot attempts by number 77 for Denver. Had number 7 before. That was 77 that had that shot attempt before him. This time we've got Chicago getting things set up on the right side. A slip into the circle. He's getting pushed deep down in the corner, but that does not matter. He still gets the goal as he dives, falling to his right. I believe that was a lefty shot attempt, so he still kind of had the angle as he was falling off to his right.
Chicago is doing a great job showing the talent of their pivot players and circle runners. That's the equivalent of your centers and posts on a basketball court. Defensively, you can't just sit and watch a man kind of wrangle a pivot there. You've got to step in and help create a foul opportunity and make Chicago reset.
Chicago forces Denver to reset right here as Diego Morales gets things set. He's on the right back position right here. Darko Kondev sends it to Morales.
Good ball movement and a great shot from the right wing. That's the dynamic you want to see. Again, you can't just get stagnant and play entirely on one side or, even 2/3 of the court. You have to use the entirety of the width of the court if you want to make a good team like Chicago have to move and potentially give up spacing, as we saw Denver with some great passing and attacking there.
Wide open down the middle as in that last possession, Denver had pushed out and marked up number 22, Supovic. man to man, leaving again a lot of space on the line. And Chicago took advantage and ran straight down the middle of the court. That was number 27, Nikola Miljakovic.
Miljakovic. He did a great job there. I mean, that is that is a room service goal. He could have driven at least a smart car through that hole if he had wanted to.
Denver trying to get it reset right here. Looks like it's going to be a turnover. Ball be rewarded back to Chicago as the referee gets the ball set right here.
Neither
And
of these
12-11
teams,
now.
neither of these teams, Knox, have had a lead bigger than a goal.
It has been close so far. I was interested to see how Denver would bounce back after 2 close losses yesterday. Chicago had 1 loss, and again, a close fought battle against Army yesterday that they lost 32-25. Excuse me, 32-35.
We see a 7-meter opportunity for Chicago. Stefan Askerich, who was on fire last night from the 7-meter penalty stripe. He steps back in. Gonna watch to see how Denver's back line adjusts to Chicago's size and skill in their pivot positions. Denver's going to have a few problems if they don't get help over to adjust to those.
Asarich with the shot. It looked like it deflected off of the goalie, but yet still into the back of the net for the Chicago goal. Denver will walk it back up and get things set up on the offensive side with a tie score. Excuse me, now it's 13-11, Chicago in the lead.
Sebastian Pouchet gets a bit of a unlucky break. He got to the ball, just wasn't able to punch the save out of the goal mouth as we see Denver making an attack and Chicago getting the possession.
Chicago now bringing the ball up into the half court. Denver
counter
bringing it back
opportunity
quickly.
And a goal. Good counter by Denver to take advantage of a turnover from Chicago. Denver is one of those teams that can counter very well. They don't do a whole lot of counter running, but when they do, they tend to be fairly decent. We've seen a couple opportunities that Denver had early with, multiple man up, 3-on-1, 2-on-1, fast break opportunities. We got to see them cash those in.
Behind the back pass right there for Chicago. Looks like they were unable to get that goal scored.
Correct.
Very quick shot from Denver there. You want to be a little bit more deliberate, make your movement. Sometimes in handball, something looks very good. What I've said in the past, if you see it once and miss that window, you want to pass the ball around because the same opportunities are going to present themselves later on in the offensive possession. Denver a little bit unlucky to miss the net there. We'll see what Chicago does with their opportunity here, 13-12.
Miles, are you noticing that both of these teams are not necessarily taking the first shot that they have available?
It seems like that's the case, again, and great shot there. That's the way you want to play handball. Unless you have something, very wide open and very obvious, you want to be deliberate. You want to take your time as an offense and really force that back line to do something. The more that a defense has to sit in and kind of camp in on defense, the harder it's going to be over the long term of the game. Think about boxing, body shots versus head shots. Those body shots add up the longer you get into a bout.
Another goal right there for Denver. And Chicago will walk it back up, looking to get set right here. Supovic looking to the sideline maybe for some substitutions, but he'll remain in the game in the left back position. 27, Miljakovic at center back. He'll empty cross on the right with Supovic, who's now being shadowed by Denver's.
Denver pressure is up top. The pressure needs to be in on the pivot. Again, you're kind of setting one person there. You're trusting your defender to be able to wrangle that pivot. But if he has demonstrated he can, and no disrespect, at the end of the day, Chicago's going to have to make an adjustment. Denver's going to have to make an adjustment. Otherwise, they're going to be in a world full of problems as this game continues.
7-meter awarded right here for Chicago as they'll bring back up Asarich for another shot attempt. He had a great day with the penalty shots yesterday, and we got to see his game, and he continues that up with his second conversion so far today from the penalty strike for Chicago.
Get fouled on a clear scoring opportunity. In a regular offensive slash defensive set, a really good goalkeeper is going to average between 30 and 40% on their saves. That's kind of like baseball, batting 300 to 400, which the great players can do. But in a penalty shot situation, you're talking about 85, 90, even 95%. That's not going to help your goalie. You've got to give your goalie an opportunity in a regular offense because penalty shots are almost automatic.
Which is why you see the goalies get so excited when they're able to push any of those penalty shots out of the way. It is truly, truly the shooter's advantage right there. Anytime a goalie is able to get a save, it's a big deal. So far, Asarish has been able to keep the advantage locked down for Chicago as Denver goes in for the shot attempt. A lot of contact, but it looks like a foul will be called. At first, it looked like the goalie was ready to get things reset quickly, but it'll just be reset with another common foul at 9 meters for Denver.
We're watching Denver stagnate a little bit on offense. The ball gets stuck in one place. They're in danger of being called for a passive play here. No shot clock exists in handball, but the referees can determine if a team is playing passively and not attacking the goal. But now we see Chicago getting another 2-minute penalty. Tough morning so far for Chicago.
2-minute penalty this time awarded to 18 Ryan Ben Amar for Chicago. He'll step to the sideline for 2 minutes right here as Diego Velasquez is going to take the penalty shot for Denver.
Taking his time, going through his routine. We're trying to sort things out here. Our official taking charge, making sure that everything is in order. It's good to see the shooter. You don't want to just stay in the back of the net. Good shot there.
Velasquez gets the score right there for Denver, and Chicago will bring it back up now.
Once again,
15-14, Chicago in the lead.
Once again, you're going to see Chicago be a little bit more deliberate, not attacking on their first or second wave of offensive attack. They're going to move the ball around, try to take some of the clock down, really kill this penalty if possible.
Nice pass. Chicago unable to keep the ball moving to the left. A nice attack on the right side of the offense that sucked the Denver defense all the way to the right. But Chicago unable to get that last pass at the very last second to get the ball to the wing that was open, and then end up getting a poorer shot attempt, and Denver now will take the ball back up on offense.
That was an unlucky exchange for Chicago as they got the shot opportunity that they wanted. Denver can't give those up. If they're already up a man, they've got to be able to settle in, force that circle runner, to make another pass or get fouled, but you can't give up a shot like that. They were just very lucky, Denver was, to get a missed shot there. As we see, unlucky on offense, they've given the ball up with a man advantage.
Denver's not had a great time when they've been playing up a man. They probably have a better plus-minus margin when they are playing full strength compared to when they're playing down a man, because they have given up some easy goals to Chicago while playing up a man today.
Right there, we see what could have been another 7-meter opportunity. Denver's got to send another man. Sits there a man up. They got to send somebody else over to help wall off that attacker. Very fortunate to not get another 7-meter opportunity. As we see Chicago stroll in, they didn't anticipate the foul. As we see Denver counter and a goal from number 6. That is Shea Mukori with a goal there.
McCory with the goal for Denver, and Chicago should be coming back up at full strength. They are. They got all 6 men back on the floor. 6-on-6 with the score tied 15-15 now.
Neither team able to get a big advantage or put any separation against the other side.
That just speaks to how well these teams are matched, guys.
For sure. Completely different styles, but the results they speak for themselves as we see Chicago making their attack, taking a 16-15 lead. Here comes Denver on a counter. catching Chicago sleeping and scoring.
Nice ball security right there on the fast break attempt. The spacing was seemed to be a little bit tight, but the pass fake was able to do just enough to give number two Kondev the easy shot attempt. We are under a minute now in the first half of this USATH National Cup game between Denver and Chicago. It's been a close match thus far. It is all tied up right now, 16-16, as Chicago gets the shot attempt, no foul awarded, and now Denver will look to, hopefully for their sake, slow things down a little bit with only half a minute to go. See if they're able to get the last shot of the half. It looks like they're going to rush it anyway.
They're under 30 seconds, looking to make an attack. The
Mm.
floater goes a little bit high. If you're going to do a floater shot, you got to make sure it hits the goal mouth. Otherwise, that is going to be a miss, as we saw, and Chicago takes advantage, gaining a 1-goal lead, 17-16.
And that'll be the end of the first half right there.
We got one foul, it looks like, at the end of the half. So you'll see the shooter gets one shot. He can't leave the ground. He's got to keep 1 foot, stable or stabilized on the ground. Chicago builds a wall and gets the deflection as we end the first half.
And that'll be the end of the first half with the score of Chicago leading 17-16. As Jeff mentioned a few moments ago, it has been a tight match. I don't think that there's been more than a one, if not maybe two goal differential throughout this first half. If both teams have been going back and forth. Denver was full strength as far as I can remember for the entire first half. It was Chicago who at one point was playing down two men with only four players on the court, but still were able to win that 2 minute, or rather about 1 minute portion of the game where they were down by two players. They were able to win that by one goal. And in all, Chicago has been able to keep the lead for the most part in this first half. But Denver's played very, very valiantly so far and will look to overcome this one goal deficit coming up in the second half.
Denver's played with a lot of heart, but they're going to have to clean up some of their offensive possessions if they want to build any kind of lead or get any separation from this talented Chicago squad.
We'll see if they're able to make up that difference. While right now the teams look to switch benches and get ready for the second half of play of this USATH National Cup matchup. We'll take a quick break while the players catch their breath. We will do the same. We'll be right back.
All right, folks, here we are with the throw off for the beginning of our second half. Chicago with possession and a very slim 17-16 lead. Few things that I've noticed from both teams. Just some notes out of that first half. Denver's really got to solidify their back line. They got to spread the ball around and not stagnate. There have been very few opportunities that they've taken from the right side, but they have had success. And for Chicago, they've got to stay out of the penalty box. They've gotten multiple 2-minute penalties in that first half. They're going to have to continue to feed their talented bigs, their center circle runners, and they're really going to have to, as we see a turnover there, a line violation gives goalie possession for Denver. Last thing for Chicago, they've really got to force Denver to slow down on a counters. They've got to wrap up, they've got to foul, and they've got to force Denver to play through their half court offense.
That's right, Miles. And in order for that to happen, they're just really going to have to, again, stick with the fundamentals and just do what makes handball handball. Work together, as you would always say, zone defense, man-to-man principles. Just you have to make sure you keep the guy in front of you while also being able to depend on the guy beside you to help you out in the end. And that really goes on both sides of the floor, both offense and defense, as Chicago turns the ball over to get it going right there. And Denver will walk it back up in the half court set.
Denver did a great job to level the scoring on a one-on-one move. 17-17 is our score. Now we'll see if they could take advantage of the turnover. As we see, a wild pass, but a good shot opportunity that's saved by Patrick Jalabert in the Chicago net.
I don't think that was the option that they had originally intended on that possession, and you saw the result.
Interesting that Chicago abandoned the entirety of that left wing opportunity, almost like they conceded that shot. We'll see if that continues to be a trend for the Chicago defense and if Denver could take advantage. Great save in the net by Sebastian Pouchet.
Denver will now bring it back up. Score still all tied up right here at 17. Denver takes it in the center right here with number 7 Morales, Diego Morales. 77 Velasquez sends it into the circle.
No 7
and it's
meter.
going to be Chicago ball, as the Denver pivot is still on the floor on the other side of the court.
Chicago takes advantage. Great
Again,
job by Chicago.
This time Chicago is actually able to show what it looks like with them when they have the ball and a man up for the first time in this game, as the Denver pivot was slow to get back on to the defensive side.
And when you see opportunities like that, you've got to take advantage. If a person is down, push the ball up, create your numbers. 6 versus 5 there results in a goal for Chicago.
Denver takes it in the middle of the floor now. They'll get things reset as they send in a second pivot right here and a cross between center and left ends and another save for Chicago, as they'll get it restarted here on a little bit of a fast break. But Denver's back in defense. Are they able to get the foul? No, and the ball goes off of the post, and Denver will retain possession of the ball, and they'll get a little mini fast break of their own going right here. This time it is 2-on-5, 2-on-6.
Yeah, that math is not working.
And Denver still somehow manages to maintain possession of the ball and reset things at 9 meters.
Denver looking to counter when numbers really weren't there. They were fortunate to get a foul situation to reset their offense. We're seeing a bit of an imbalance on the Denver offensive side now, as they have, looks like, virtually no left wing. They're taking everything to the right side, dumps it inside to the keeper, to the pivot, who merits a 7-meter throw.
And with Chicago trying to bait, or Denver trying to bait Chicago's defense into overloading on one side as Denver scores, you didn't see Chicago take a bite.
Yeah, you're right. Chicago really just kind of settled into their defensive set. And, if it's me defensively, I'm going to allow that team to play in only 2/3 of the court. You really got to spread the ball around if you're Denver. And so maybe they don't have as much confidence with their left side attack. At the end of it, it looks like that, Chicago's really going to have to, allow Denver to do what they do if that's what they choose to do. I think Chicago will be very happy to see that continue if Denver does keep that as an offensive tactic.
Denver's defense has been solid so far to start the second half. Again, they seem to be a little bit quicker than Chicago as Denver has earned another penalty shot.
7 meter shot on a foul on a clear scoring opportunity is a determination of the officials as Denver is taking full advantage of their opportunities from the 7 meter line and taking a 19-18 lead early on here in the second half.
Two quick penalties right there for Denver to start off the second half, and now they're in the lead. Chicago will take the ball back in their half court. Denver putting a little bit of pseudo pressure. Nice slip into the circle and nice save. Nope, no save. It'll be a penalty. It'll be a penalty for Chicago coming up after the nice slip into the circle. The Denver defense a little too aggressive right here.
You like to see the aggression, but you got to be in position first. If you're in position early, you don't have to worry about getting yourself into position later. As the great ghetto philosopher Sugar Free once said, you don't have to get ready if you stay ready.
And he was a little too ready, or maybe not ready, but I saw in the replay the official had came onto the court saying that he was standing inside of the 6 meter area, which no matter what kind of defense you're playing, if you're playing defense inside of 6 meters, it'll be an automatic penalty shot every time, as we see Asaric knock it in
Stefan
again for Chicago.
Stefan Asaric is almost automatic at that line. You can't give, if you're Denver, you can't give that opportunity. Both teams really need to tighten up their defensive strategies so as to not give up free or easy opportunities. As we see a turnover here by Denver, really getting a little bit too tight in their 2/3 of the court coverage, taking away that left wing and trying to create pressure on the right side.
And now Chicago will get things back going. They've got a right wing open. The ball was thrown out of bounds, but the action was happening because of the Denver foul. So Chicago will keep the ball and reset.
Again, look at the balance here of the Chicago offense, a full spread all the way across the court, watching the ball move quickly side to side, forcing Denver to make the attack defensively, and a great one-on-one swim move yields a goal and a quick turnover here. Oh, it looks like the Chicago player was determined to be inside the throw-off area. We'll see if that ends up in a 2-minute penalty against the Chicago team. Another 2 minute. They've got to stay out of the box. Chicago, great hustle, but when the throw in happens, you cannot be in the vicinity of the throw in. You have to give the opportunity to throw in that area. You can't run through there. Chicago did, and now they are once again down a man.
Miljakovic with a nice swim move on the other side, but unfortunate right after that great play. Chicago's going to restart their next defensive series, one man down as Denver gets things going right here.
Third man
We'll
up.
see if
Third
Sorry, we'll
man up
see if
situation for Denver. I'm sorry, Miles.
you're fine. We actually just saw Denver actually get take advantage of a man situation. They were having problems being up a man earlier. Like Scott said, it looked like they were much more comfortable playing 6 versus 6, but finally 6 versus 5, they get themselves a goal after spreading the court out and making that Chicago back five have to move side to side. Good shot, good movement, and a goal buried from the right wing.
Denver now extending their defense. Chicago's got it up top, still moving right to left, looking to get through the Denver defense. Shot fake to the right and score.
And scored.
As Asarich fakes down right low and then jumps high and still kind of goes in the same direction with the shot. Chicago comes back and gives up a goal again quickly on defense. So 1-on-1 doesn't really change the score overall.
Well, it looked like it was almost a 1-on-3 situation as Denver was able to get a good ball fake to make the players commit to the air, and then a nice sidestep and low angle throw buries it in the back of the net. Denver taking much better care of their man up opportunity here in the second half.
25 seconds left in the suspension, guys.
Good block defensively. Chicago is perfectly fine with letting that ball roll under the bleachers and taking their time and getting reset, trying to kill off the last few seconds of this penalty.
They should be able to get back to full strength right here if they're able to get just one more foul right before the penalty comes to an end. Or a goal would also be accepted, I'm sure, as they're able to get the goal. And then we'll come back on defense, full strength now for Chicago. And even with the player back in, they still give up the goal. No, excuse me. No, there's no goal right there. I saw some Chicago defenders right there signaling for a traveling violation.
I think you're right, Scott. There might have been a bit of an extra step in there. Fortunate for Chicago in that setting here. Now they're looking to take advantage, get a little bit of separation. 22-21 is our score. We'll see if Chicago can get a little bit of a lead, which has been rare for either team, as we see them get the ball into the pivot, but that shot is right in the wheelhouse of the keeper, Sebastian Pouchet, who gets a great save.
Neither of these teams have been able to make a run of 3+, guys.
That's right. And getting outside of, getting to that 3 goal and outside of that range is ideal in handball. There's no 2-pointers. So if you're down 3, it's a little bit more of a psychological challenge to, kind of get yourself, to stay mentally in the contest. As we see Denver attacking and scoring on this left side. Great job, great scoring opportunity. Way to work against 2 men and creating an offensive opportunity and a goal.
Chicago now making subs on the right wing as the foul is given on the left side of the court. New right wing coming in for Chicago, number 25, Nikola Kosic. Still wiping the dust off of his shoes. Is this the first time he's been in the game this afternoon? Morning, excuse me. I don't think it's afternoon anywhere in America right now.
Maybe in Puerto Rico.
We'll get Jeff to test that for us in a second to see if he can figure that out.
We're watching Chicago now forcing an opportunity. We see Denver finally collapse in on the pivot. We see a penalty called. The defenders were inside the 6-meter. They did a great job to get to the pivot, but that extra attention to the pivot really kind of cost them as they had players inside, which sets up another 7-meter opportunity.
Puerto Rico is an hour. Go, Knox.
I was going to say lots of 7-meter shot attempts for Chicago and Asaric, and he scores another one.
Puerto Rico is 1 hour ahead of Central Time.
Okay, so Puerto Rico's on the Eastern Time Zone as well. So you were right, Scott.
Different time zone, same timing.
As we see Denver attacking in. Finally, a little bit more spread of the ball, of the offensive set, as we see a left wing committed down here on this side. They had abandoned their left wing, maybe taking them over into a second pivot situation to the right side. We'll see how Denver approaches now and what Chicago does to counter that, as we see them extend their pressure high, trying to stop up and discourage that backcourt from Denver.
Denver with a quick shot off of the 9-meter foul. Those can be some of the most gratifying shots to connect with, and that's mostly because it seldomly works. That was a tough shot attempt right there after the 9-meter foul for Denver, and Chicago will bring it back up and get things reset in their half-court offense.
Like you said, Scott, those can be very gratifying, but the other side, once you get a stop there, you're kind of conceding an offensive possession. Now we see Denver on another counterattack. Chicago wrapping up with a man down. We'll see if Denver takes advantage.
Looks like Denver, at least half the team is okay with walking it, while half the team is looking to push the pace, as they had 3 on either side of half court and end up slowing it down in the end.
We see the Denver right back telling the team to settle just a bit. Make sure they operate. Getting a shot from the right wing and a great save by Patrick Jalabert.
Both hands on the ball right there to knock it back out to his defense. Chicago will walk it back up. Again, in some ways, kind of a slow moving second half, not too high scoring. I believe it was tied up or maybe 17-16. Not a ton of goals right here to start off the second half. We are just about halfway through the second half of play. Again, what's on the line for both of these teams as Chicago gets a score right here? What's on the line for both of these teams is essentially a 2-2 record for Denver. They're trying to get into their second win of this tournament and this pool play, and Chicago is looking to get their third win. So if Denver is able to get this win today, they're going to be able to keep themselves a little bit closer to the top three of this National Cup pool, which will allow for them to have a better opportunity to qualify for the North American and Caribbean Club Championships next year. Denver's
And
got the
remember,
ball right here. They throw it over to the left and score. Nice diving score by the left wing for Denver.
remember that this event is the first in a 3-event series on that path to qualification.
Yes, sir. There will be 4 games played here this weekend in Chicago. And then later on in December, Denver, who we have on the court right now, will be hosting a major tournament for USA Team Handball. And then West Point, who you'll see later on this morning, will also be hosting a tournament later on in February of 2026. So, again, 4 games per tournament for all of these teams in order to figure out who's going to be the ultimate qualifier from US Team Handball on March 1st.
Ooh, a great move and a great placement on that fluff shot, which also gets another 2 minute for Chicago. Outstanding one-on-one move and a great job of deking the goalie into cheating out and then pushing it right over the top of him. Once again, Chicago is down to a 5-man set. Denver extending their pressure here. Looks like they're in a 3-2-1 defense, or they're kind of retreating in, but they are extending their pressure out, trying to kind of break up the ability of that Chicago backcourt to kind of facilitate and get themselves going.
Chicago now will bring it up, down a man. That man is Marius Ebert, whom on that last defensive possession for Chicago went high up around the neck of the Denver attacker. Ebert put his hands behind his back right away because he knew that he had done one of the worst things you can do, which is foul from behind and around the neck. As Chicago is still able to get that goal while playing down one man, and Denver runs it quickly back up to answer to at least remain even on this man-up period for the Wolves.
Chicago did a great job of creating an offense without a pivot, getting a goal, but then they didn't do a good job of getting back and wrapping up the attacker. Denver was able to counter, and like Scott said, kind of keeping that evenness of scoring in this this 1-man advantage.
See number 2, Kondev playing out for the Wolves right here, putting a little bit of pressure on the center back. A lot of grabbing and pulling between Kondev and Miljakovic.
Great save and great rebound here by Denver as they look to counter once again. A fairly egregious foul there. That's definitely going to be a 2-minute. There may be more in store as the referees come to talk about the severity and dynamic of that particular foul. You had a fast break opportunity, almost a clear path scoring opportunity. A player attacked from the side with no real leverage, and yes, the severity results in a red card situation. Again, not just the the hit. It wasn't a malicious hit. It was the clear path aspect. You also had hitting from the side with a player who was going with momentum to the goal. That turns into a red card, and player is out for the rest of this game.
And again, I had just spoken on the other side of the court. Kondev for Denver had been playing out high in a little bit of a shadow attempt, as Denver will take their penalty shot here, and it gets turned away once, twice by the Chicago goalie. Again, it was Miljakovic and Kondev that were hand fighting out high, And then you could see the Miljakovic, number 27 for Chicago, didn't appreciate what was going on between him and Kondev. When Kondev caught the ball in the fast break, Miljakovic caught him and then took him out. So it wasn't just that it was a bad foul. You could tell if you're in the gym that there's bad blood. It wasn't just bad foul, it was a bad blood. And everybody likes a little bit of bad blood, but in that sense, the referee liked it enough to give it a red card.
Looks like we've got another penalty shot for Chicago. So on one side, Denver is getting a ton of 2-minute opportunities from Chicago. And on the other side, Chicago is getting a ton of 7-meter shots from Denver.
And another one knocked in for Chicago right here.
Chicago one man back.
They'll take the 1-goal lead, and Chicago's got one of their players back. They're still playing down by one. Denver's got the 6-on-5 right here on offense. Let's see if they're able to move the ball quickly. They're getting stuck in the middle. And when you're playing a man up, you normally like to see the shots coming from the middle if possible. The defense typically pushes it to the wing, but that time the Denver right winger was able to score it.
The Wings are doing a good job from Denver of not only taking good shots, but making good opportunities. And what I mean by that is taking the space that's given to them. You really want to run towards the opening of the goal, opening that goal mouth, playing your angles and your geometry, getting yourself scoring opportunities, as we see yet another 7-meter for Chicago. The officials talk about it. Maybe there's going to be a 2-minute given as well. We'll see what the result is. And it is, yes, a 2-minute for Denver. So now Denver has given Chicago back that man advantage. Now it's going to be an even up situation, just like our score, at least for the next, I would assume probably another, 45 seconds or so?
No, 27.
27, excuse me. Speaking of 27, that's the score, 27-26, as Askarich steps up and drains another 7-meter penalty shot.
Kurt Schaefer was the offender right there for Denver that's going to be put out for 2 minutes, number 14. So Denver will come back up now with a 5-5 offensive attack as both teams are playing a man down for now.
You got to remember in handball, if a red card is given, it's only a 2-minute situation. The team doesn't have to play for the entirety of the rest of the game down a man. It's only a 2-minute situation, unlike soccer where a player is excluded and the team must play down a man. As we see a spin shot, an attempted spin shot from the left side goes astray for Chicago.
This is Chicago's first man up situation in an abbreviated fashion.
Big save there, Pouchet.
And Denver has it kicked out and then recovered by the Wolves on the sideline. They'll get ready to walk it back up as they're going to be playing down a man for at least another 45 seconds to a minute or so.
A few minutes ago, Chicago had an opportunity to gain that 3-goal advantage, but they were unable to take advantage, as we see Denver now with a heck of a wraparound shot, getting a goal here in.
Kondev running back down the court, looking at his right hand, just even asking himself, what did I just do?
Good save there. We have another 2-minute penalty assessed to Denver.
Kondev taking the 2-minute penalty this time for Denver. It's gotten really aggressive. Again, in a tight game like this, it's not surprising at all to see the tension starting to rise between the teams as the importance of these early matches in the National Cup are sure to weigh heavy as the crown is handed out on March 1st and that qualifying position is given out. Asarich gets this goal right here on the penalty shot for Chicago, and Denver will walk it back up now. Happy to let that time click down, which is still running after that penalty shot was taken. So even those 3 or 4 seconds that they take to walk the ball up is still killing off some of their penalty time.
The spirit of competition very heavily seated in this competition in this particular game. 28-27, neither team really being able to build more than a 2-goal advantage as we go forward. It's going to be heated. It's going to be contentious. These teams coming down the stretch. We'll see if if either side gives up their kind of mental discipline and kind of gives the game to the other side. We'll see how feisty both teams are coming down the stretch as these wrap ups get to be a little bit more and more grippy, ferocious, and unpleasant.
Things are starting to look like they're getting kind of personal right here between the two teams as the lofted shot falls harmlessly off the post and back to the goalie right here, and Chicago will walk it back up.
We've got a stoppage here. The officials having a conversation about something that just occurred. We've got a red card.
For an
A
elbow.
red card for an elbow assessed to Chicago. Boy, oh boy, two red cards for Chicago again. I just said we'll see who can maintain their discipline. And clearly, personal effect takes greater precedence than team need. As we see now a blue card being assessed. A blue card is a red card with a bit extra, if you will. So if you had to put an exponent on a red card, something very egregious happening, that is what a blue card is. That'll result in a report um, due to the, again, delivering an elbow that may result in further suspension or otherwise sanctioning even after this particular contest.
It was Nikola Kosic, number 25 for Chicago, who threw an elbow at the Denver player as they were running back down the court. Most of his teammates had not even seen what happened. You saw them with their hands up in the air, kind of asking, like, what's going on, as they see another one of their teammates getting put off the court for what appeared to be a 2-minute penalty at the first, but then it progressed to a red and now a blue card, as we see.
You've got to have mental toughness, especially in tight games. You know, your mental toughness has to be greater than the will and mental toughness of the other team. And you can't get yourself caught up in personal battles or vendettas. You've got to stay disciplined. You've got to be able to keep your cool, as it were, and, not cost your team in the grand scheme of things.
Nice shot on the left side for Chicago. You can really feel the energy coming up for both teams. It's really starting to feel personal right there, as you see number 2, Kondev, closest to you on the screen right here. He's been getting really, really anxious the last couple of attempts, and you even see him getting pushed up off the 9-meter line as he attempts to pass the ball down. You can see his body language looks just a little bit negative right here as he's trying to figure out a way to keep his intensity up level at a high clip while not losing his mental focus and fundamentals.
Team's playing
Denver.
in a 5-5 right now. Excuse me, Jeff. Sorry about that. 5-5.
Nope.
So each team had been down a man. Denver gets a man back on the court. Now Denver's up 6-5 with Chicago trying to push their lead to 3 goals.
That's where I was headed. Chicago man down for another 45.
And again, another man down. Timeout on the floor. I do not believe it'll be the referees will come together and decide whether or not they're going to call another 2-minute penalty.
No, they're just discussing the possession. It looks like, it did look like they might have been discussing as Scarich kind of grabbed at his head. He might have taken a bit of a knock there, but they were simply discussing possession. Denver will have it.
Denver now starting to pick it up a little bit as far as their pace is concerned, bringing it down the floor, still down by 2 goals. And Kondev runs in and it is saved.
Chicago wanted a kick.
And Kondev, after he took that shot, he kind of made a kick at the ball while he was
Chicago
standing inside of 6 meters.
Chicago wants this called as a kick.
It should be a kick from what I saw, and there should be some progressive penalization on that movement or on that action. You can't kick the ball in any way.
It seemed as when Kondev went up for his shot attempt, his momentum carried him into the goal. And just the way the ball was saved, it did make contact with Kondev's feet, but the referees ended up determining that it was unintentional. And again, you can just see the tension between these two teams. Chicago's looking for every advantage or every single little thing that Denver might do wrong to be able to get a little bit more of a penalty put on Denver, as Denver's able to get the defense set, and Velasquez and Kondev will take the left side of the floor here for Denver.
Getting the ball quickly to the right wing. Great save by Jalabert. Chicago
Jalabert,
gets a goal.
Full strength
Jalabert
for
with the catch save.
Chicago
full
gets the
strength for
ball.
both.
Both teams playing 6 versus 6 again, finally, for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
After a series of penalties, ejections, uh, it's been a heck of a ride here later as we get on in the second half.
We'll see if cooler heads prevail as we see more bodies hitting the ground. One body gets down, one body gets up, and both limp away. So it seems like they'll both be able to continue right here as the referees come together to make sure that everybody is, again, keeping this to be a gentleman's game. As the Sarich makes a swim move to the right. A lot of contact, but referees feel like he had a free arm on the shot, and they give it back to the Wolves.
He did have, it looked like the shooting opportunity he took was a good shot opportunity. He just threw it right at the keeper. At that point, you got to play through. You can't anticipate the whistle. You got to play through the whistle and bury that shot in the corner. That was a bit of a gimme for the Denver keeper.
Kondev with the charging into the LA defense right here. It'll be a turnover for Denver, and Chicago will walk it back up with a 2-goal lead.
Tough offensive foul there to take if you're Denver. You've got to find more, more movement, ability, stability in your offense. We're seeing Denver kind of slow down and stagnate once again. Chicago now is going to be very methodical, trying to get what they can, what they want. I'm looking for Chicago to attack from the backcourt and really work with their pivot to try to set up a goal here. We'll see what they do.
Chicago with it at the 9-meter line. Foul given by number 99 for Denver, and they'll reset it right here on the right side for Chicago.
Shot was deflected and then ultimately tapped out of bounds by the keeper. Great job, great hustle by the keeper to stay with that play. Sometimes those deflections can take some interesting bounces, as we see a great save by Chicago.
Big bounce over the sideline. But Chicago will take the ball.
Looks like it was last touched by the Denver wing. We'll see if Chicago could take advantage.
There's space, so much space on the right side as Sarich takes it and
misses the net. Oh, that's unfortunate. A real unfortunate situation. As we see a steal by Chicago, great job. 2-on-1 and the goal.
Rayan Ben-Amar gets the goal right there for Chicago and extends their lead to 3.
First time today.
Finally, a 3-goal advantage. Again, as we're coming down, we got about 3.5 minutes remaining in this contest. 3 goals at 3.5 minutes in this, kind of in the context of this particular match is going to seem like quite a formidable challenge for Denver to come back from. As things wind down, we're going to have to watch both teams again. That bit of vendetta and energy, that negative energy, they're going to have to be careful. The referees are plenty aware that there's some bad spirit and bad blood between these two teams. We'll see if Denver can keep composed while applying pressure and trying to force Chicago into turnovers. Chicago's going to try to be very methodical and operate so that they can not only kill time, but still score on every opportunity that they have offensively going forward.
So it's going to be important right here that Denver takes this timeout and is able to figure out how to get a goal right here, right now. In an ideal world, like you just said, Miles, it's a 3-goal game, and the way the game has been progressing so far is that 3 goals in 3 minutes might feel like a lot, but if they're able to come out and get a quick goal and bring it to a 2-goal game with 3 minutes left on the clock, they're more than likely going to see the ball at least 2 or 3 more times in this game after this possession. And if they're able to get it to a 2-goal deficit and then get a couple of stops, the game is very, very much still within reach for the Wolves. So we'll see what they were able to draw up coming out of the timeout now.
For sure. You want to come out of a timeout with your best stuff. Get your best players in the best positions for them to score. We'll see what they do. No foul called. Chicago gets the break. Looks like we've got a. I'm trying to clarify what's happened here. Looks like it will be Chicago ball thrown in from the spot of the turnover from Denver. Denver showing their frustration. They've got to get past the frustration, get back in position. Can't allow mental fatigue, mental fog, and frustration to all compound into your demise. You've got to show some discipline, mental toughness, and fight back into this contest.
And now they are in exactly the position that we've talked about them not wanting to be in, not only just down three, but now 4 goals as Chicago gets a score in the half court now. And Denver will try to push things quickly, but Chicago is back on defense. And now you see Denver starting to get a little bit more frantic and less possessive with their possessions.
That's right. Denver is really trying to kind of push the pace a little bit too much. Again, you want to move fast, but you can't be in a hurry. And it looks like Denver has hurried their offensive attacks, now giving up the ball in consecutive possessions. And now Chicago's taking advantage, making a concerted effort to get back on defense with a now 5 goal advantage as we approach 2 minutes remaining.
And I
Yeah,
wish we would have.
32-27.
I wish we would have seen that goal that put Chicago up 5.
Yeah. Uh, 32-27. That the cameraman probably was enjoying that fast break goal again.
Too much.
But it does look like 5 goals is going to be enough to wrap it up right here. They're going to put the the sleep pose on them as Denver calls another timeout right here to try to figure out how they could possibly at least make up some goals right here in this pool play game.
I think Chicago is called timeout. I believe you correct me if I'm wrong. I think you can only call time if you have possession. So it looks like Chicago has called timeout, maybe strategizing what they're going to do. Again, maybe Chicago at this point wants to come out with their best stuff, get this goal, and extend to a 6 goal lead. Remember, we've got 3 different phases of this USA Team Handball National Cup. So, this is the first leg. The final leg will be at West Point in late February. So, goal differential, goals allowed, goals scored, will all factor in if there are any tiebreakers that have to come into factor later on in this, kind of 6-month competition.
Minute and a half, 139 it looks like on the clock right here as the teams walk back out. 129 perhaps as the teams walk back out on the clock on the court. You would imagine that some of the tensions that we were experiencing about 5 to 10 minutes ago will be a little bit dampened now as the game seems to be out of reach for Denver.
Yeah, you can see in Denver's body language, they're not moving as aggressively. And Chicago clearly is taking some time off of the clock. I'm looking for Chicago here to go back to what was working for them early, really playing off of and through their pivots, trying to score a very critical goal here to kind of put the proverbial nail in the coffin Chicago or for Denver.
Referees allowing a lot of passing here on this possession. A nice long possession for Chicago as all they're trying to do is run the clock down. Save by the Chicago goalie, and Chicago maintains a 5 goal lead.
Got to cash those opportunities in if you're Denver. The Chicago players seem to concede that fast break. Denver was unable to take advantage of that concession, and Chicago comes up with another great save.
Chicago will get ready to solidify their 3rd win of this USA National Cup, improving to 3-1 so far in their 4 games. So it's a great start for Chicago. Of course, they would have liked to have gone undefeated this weekend, but a 3-1 record in the first of these 3 phases that you just talked about, Miles, is not too bad. Whereas Denver will now fall to 1-3, just a little better than Army and Cal Heat, who are both 0-3 right now in the contest.
That was a great save there on some nice intricate passing from Denver to make a final thrust to the goal. But a great save. Chicago, really did well to not only mitigate their man down situations, multiple man down situations. Denver didn't help their own cause, by giving up so many 7-meter penalties. Again, team discipline, structure, and tactics really factored into this contest. And at the end of it, two very good teams played a very heated contest, with Chicago coming out with a big win.
And Chicago taking the suspensions that they did in the second half didn't really impact them all that much, because Denver, I'm not going to say wilted in the sense that you would think, but Denver's quality chances really subsided late in the second half.
That's right.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Scott.
we saw throughout the game how Denver was not able to cash in on their man up opportunities to the extent that you would like to see them, considering the number of 2-minute penalties that Chicago suffered throughout the entirety of the match. For them to still be able to come out with a 6 goal win when they probably played at least 10, 20% almost, it feels like, of the match a man down. I mean, there was at least 5 to 7 2-minute penalties that were awarded. So at least 10 to 14 minutes worth of time. They didn't even have full strength on the floor, yet they were still able to come out with a 6 goal win.
There were a number of things that Denver can take away from this particular match. If I'm the coach for Denver, I really am not only changing my tactics when I'm a man up, but I've got to, you've got to reinforce discipline. We saw that Chicago was getting a lot of shots from their backcourt. So you've got to, force Chicago to make the extra pass, force those passes and shots from the wings and not down the middle. A lot of shots from over the top in the middle, which kind of doomed Denver as they were not able to take full advantage of those man up opportunities that they had.
And again, that'll just be something that the Wolves will look to try to improve on as they finish up this tournament 1-3, but will look forward to other opportunities to prove themselves worthy in the future. Right now, we'll be looking ahead to the future to the teams that are warming up on the floor right now. That'll be West Point and Cal Heat. I just mentioned a moment ago how they are both winless so far in Chicago, the Michael Lipoff tournament, but they'll both look to come home with a win. We'll see whether it's Cal Heat or West Point that's able to get their first win of the USATH National Cup coming up in just a few moments. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with West Point versus the San Francisco Cal Heat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are about to begin the second game of this Sunday lineup. We will have the Army West Point team taking on the San Francisco Cal Heat. Quick introductions of our lineups for Cal Heat. We have goalkeeper Zeke McClintock, number one. We have number three, Rafi Renault, coming in playing left wing and left back. Number five, Billy Urban, the circle runner. Number 14, Max Paulus, plays backcourt. 23, Omid Bazanyani, playing keeper. Number 31, Johan Rushin at center back, very dynamic player. Number 35, Loris Emanuele. Number 38, Jules Fortin. Number 39, Maxine Pangrazi. We have number 40, Joshua Coe. Number 52, Max Bench, who's a dynamic backcourt player. Number 55, Sylvan Rodsko. Number 60, Nils Knoringer. And number 87, Benoit Cruzit. For West Point, number one, Caden Upgraf. Number 3, Cooper Johnson. Number 4, Jack Kendrick. Number 5, Sam Orcutt. Number 6, Cal Kilgast. Number 7, Jacob Johnson. Number 10, Jameson Upgraf. Number 16, Tommy Nicholson. Number 19, Reed Wesley. 21, Owen Rogers. 24, Samuel Neves. Number 28, Liam Gilfallen. Number 29, David Pitcher. And we have number 29 listed. Sorry. Pitcher is the goalkeeper. Tyson Smith, the right wing.
And I'm anticipating West Point to get out to a quick start, and I'm also looking for West Point to get out to a quick start and how Cal Heat will respond to that.
West Point is going to try to push the tempo. We've got two contrasting styles. San Francisco Cal Heat, a very tactical team, very fundamentally sound with going through their big left back, Maxi Bench, who is a very dynamic scorer. West Point, not as fluid offensively as Cal Heat, but their defense tenacity and ability to make transition opportunities happen may be the difference. We'll see how these two contrasting styles match up in this contest.
And Cal Heat will get the ball first right here to start things off.
West Point had the throw off to open, but got a save from Cal Heat. Cal Heat comes down and takes a shot but misses. So both teams, kind of feeling their way into this contest, not exactly all over their tactics, as we see West Point get the ball into the pivot and score the first goal.
And Cal Heat will bring it back up on the right side here.
We see West Point
playing out with Neves, number 24 for West Point, playing high with the 5-1 defense to deter some of the empty crossing and deep runs that Cal Heat likes to do from the middle of the floor.
That's right, Scott. You're in my head. Be careful while you're in there. You may see something you don't want to see as we see Cal Heat take a shot from the left wing. Lest Point is really trying to kind of gum up some of that mechanism that Cal Heat has demonstrated in this Lipov tournament and the National Cup that we've seen. They've been very tactically sound, a lot of chemistry between center back and left back, as we see West Point turn the ball over as Cal Heat extends their defensive pressure as well.
Foul given on the right side by West Point. Billy Urban will throw the ball in for Cal Heat right here. He had a good start to the first half of their game yesterday, but was unable, or for a reason, not in the game so much in the second half, as Maxi Bench gets the shot from the left back position for Cal Heat, and West Point will throw the ball back in.
This game notched at 1. We're seeing both teams playing extended pressure, kind of conceding that back line a little bit more, as we see West Point give a bit of a turnover here to give Cal Heat possession. 5-1 defense coming out by West Point. Again, trying to slow up the pressure of the backcourt, kind of cause some chaos. And we see a turnover by Cal Heat. Both teams really struggling to really have their offensive fluidity early on in this contest.
Neves will throw the ball ahead for West Point. He's working with number 6, Kalev Kilgas, on his left side. And on the right, he'll have Samuel Orcutt, his backcourt players.
Like I said before, these are two different style teams. West Point will move the ball pretty well in their offense. They get a great opportunity here from the left wing, who takes a lot of space, opens up that goal mouth for himself, does a little bit of geometry, and buries the shot.
Cal Heat will now come up down 2-1 now on the offensive set. Got Paulus, number 14, in the center back position right here, as the ball is thrown high up over the back or over the back of the net, and it'll be West Point ball, goalie ball.
That
Gentlemen,
shot. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm noticing a theme that we saw yesterday with Cal Heat not taking the shot that they want to take, but rather hurrying and taking a shot that's less than ideal.
Right. You've got to have a good grasp on your will and desire to do what you want. You know, in any sport, a lot of it comes down to your desire to execute your stuff versus allowing the defense to kind of tell you what you are going to be able to do. And West Point, with their extended pressure, both from the center at the 5-1 as well as off the wings, are creating a lot of chaos with Cal Heat, kind of taking away their fluidity. It looks like West Point, defensively, at least right now, is really dictating to Cal Heat what they will not allow, which is changing the game for the San Francisco squad.
West Point now will bring the ball back in, but turn it over immediately. Try to get a quick pass going, but it went off the hands. Maxi Bench comes down. He's getting knocked around by Neves. Neves waiting for the ball to dribble out, and he gets it and secures it for West Point. Now they're on the run.
Bit of a bailout shot by Bench. You want to see a guy that big take another dribble, get himself into better position against a smaller defender.
And West Point gets the goal right there on their counterattack.
Great job by West Point countering. West Point is really good at pushing numbers, finding people streaking up the court. Their fitness is potentially going to do a lot of damage to Cal Heat if Cal Heat can't find their rhythm on offense.
Johannes Rushin back in the center back position for Cal Heat now. Paulus back off the floor, and Johannes and Maxi will empty cross on the left side, and there's that extended defense that kind of mucks up the middle of the floor for Cal Heat.
Good hustle.
They still possess the ball, but they're a little bit frantic now. And again, make another deflection by West Point.
Entry pass into the pivot. Foul called. It'll remain with San Francisco Cal Heat. A great hustle play right there by Loris Emanuele to get to that missed pass and retain possession for Cal Heat. They don't want to go down another goal, a third goal here early on, but we see them once again kind of just giving up their offensive rhythm. West Point unable to capitalize, putting a shot over the top of the net.
Cal Heat will now try to get things reset. Again, you see the 5-1 defense from West Point is doing exactly what I thought it would do earlier, as Cal Heat is able to get the diving goal down to the right side. That was number 35 for Cal Heat.
Again, Emanuele making his impact early on in this contest. West Point once again with another wing shot. Great shot there. Looked like the goalkeeper was looking to take away the far post. Wing was able to put a nice little spinning bounce shot on the inside post and get it behind the keeper.
Cal Heat now with the ball in the half court, still being pestered by Neves up in the 5-1 position.
Neves is causing a lot of chaos, putting a lot of gum in the works, as it were. Great bouncing pass over to the wing. We've got a penalty shot coming up and what looks like a 2-minute, a foul on a clear scoring opportunity. In those situations, if you're a defender, you've got to get yourself to the line, make sure you're not stepping on the line, but you can't extend your arms or your legs. It looks like the officials determined that the player extended his arm. got into the wheelhouse of the shooter. Now we see a 7-meter shot.
And it's scored by Cal Heat. Believe that was Rafi Renault with the penalty attempt for Cal Heat. And that was Cooper Johnson that's going to be serving the 2-minute penalty for West Point. Number 3 is out now for 2 minutes with West Point.
West Point had an opportunity early to really take advantage and spread their lead, but Cal Heat starting to find a bit of their rhythm, getting some of the Sunday morning cobwebs off of them. Maybe they had been busy checking their fantasy football lineups before this contest. At the end of it, it looked like they're here to play and bury a shot in the top left corner. Maxi Bench.
Cal Heat with a nice score right there, and West Point will come back down the floor now, all tied up 4-4. It's been a nice close match so far. Kind of slow offensive start really for both teams.
That's right. This extended pressure by both teams as we see Cal Heat go into more of a 2-4 pressure situation, extending out. Both teams are really trying to figure out what they can do against what these defenses are showing them. Uh, some sloppy passing going on as we have a foot fault from West Point.
That was as much a bad pass as a bad reception.
And when you see a pass come down towards your feet like that, you wonder first what the experience level of the passer is, and two, are they using stickum this tournament? And I can't say for 100% whether or not that's the case, but whenever you see a ball kind of going down to somebody's feet like that, you wonder if there's a little bit of extra stickum on the hand or the ball that caused that ball to release a little bit late and go low to their attendant receiver.
We saw a lot of that last night from West Point as we see a goal here on the left wing from Cal Heat. West Point, their passing wasn't crisp. You want to deliver your passes in between the neck and waist, kind of the strike zone, if you will, of your intended receiver so that that player can catch the ball and make a smooth transition into either their next pass or a shot. Passes that come below the waist, down by the feet, are not only subject to a turnover, but at very worst, or at very best, they're going to take away from the fluidity and continuity of what you can do on O.
Foul given on the right side by Villy Urban, and West Point still looking to make an attack right here. Again, similar to yesterday, their half court offense is mostly one-on-one type of takes, not a whole lot of crossing or ball movement for West Point on the offensive side.
That's right. Like you said, Scott, Cal Heat, when we watch them move, they tend to cover multiple defensive zones. And what I mean, every person on that back line for West Point is, kind of covering their own individual zone. So there are technically, 5 zones when they've conceded a man out in front. West Point does a little bit less of that movement as far as the area of the court, of the half court, on offense. So, it's going to take some incredible one-on-one movement and play and skill in order to defeat that Cal Heat defense. Great save. Ball goes over the sideline and remains with the Cal Heat attack.
Cal Heat will inbound it from the sideline right here. Still up by 1 goal. And Maxi Bench unable to handle it on the outside, and it'll be a turnover off the sideline, ball back at the spot, and West Point will throw the ball back in and probably wish that they could have a little bit of speed right here on the attack, and there was. And ball goes wide. Shot attempt by number 6, Kalev Kilgas, goes wide. You could tell as they were throwing that ball in that, again, about half the players on the floor were thinking we were going to slow it down, but Kalgev went in fast. And that quick shot turns into a quick goal on the other side for Cal Heat.
That's a great shot by Cal Heat, putting a bounce shot in, a little bit of spin on that. It's going to change what the goalie line, goalies train themselves for a line on that ball if it's coming in. So anytime a ball is bounced, it's going to kind of disorient the goalie. Good placement on that shot to get themselves a nice goal, a good change-up pace, as it were, for the Cal Heat team as we see them get a foul and make West Point reset their offense.
Cal Heat wraps up and West Point gets it restarted. Kalgev throws it all the way to the right to Orcutt. Orcutt, big shot, save by Ezekiel McClintock for Cal Heat, and McClintock will grab the ball and throw it back in for Cal.
Great job by McClintock to go ahead.
Go ahead, Miles.
I was just going to say, great job to get to that rebound and knock it back over his goal line to retain possession.
Orcutt's shot there was the one that West Point wanted to take.
Yeah, it's a tough shot, kind of falling away from the net as a right-hander on that right side. You want to be making your final lunge toward the goal, just like we saw right there from Cal Heat. Great opportunity, great scoring opportunity. We've got an injury situation. Not totally sure, not going to speculate. He's grabbing at his leg, but I won't speculate as to what the nature of that injury might be. Tough result after a great goal.
To see as he came down awkwardly on his left leg, and now he is grabbing at his left knee right here.
Not sure. Finish your thought, Knox.
There was just a little bit of contact as he jumped in, and although he was able to get the shot attempt off, he still came down awkwardly on his left knee as the goal went in for Cal Heat.
This is the first 3-goal lead for either team today, and it's Cal Heat's.
Heat has kind of weathered this storm, as it were, that West Point had put out. West Point defensive tactics, actually the tactics for both teams, and extending pressure, putting somebody out to kind of disrupt the very versatile center back players on each team, really gave both teams a lot of problems early on. But now we see that, Cal Heat is settling in a little bit more and extending this lead to 3 goals. We'll see if West Point changes tactics, maybe applies a little bit more pressure, or whether they, choose to completely mark man to man at the center back position. We'll see what happens. Obviously, right now our thoughts are with this injury for San Francisco Cal Heat. Rounds of applause as we're able to, I guess, able to get up off the court, making a jog back. So he looks to be in much better health than what appeared earlier.
Yeah, good to see him be able to get off the floor right there. Hate to see somebody come down awkwardly. Okay, so West Point's going to get the ball back into play right now. Down by 3, and still down by 3 as McClintock gets the save for Cal Heat, and then Cal Heat gets the ball as it bounces around the corner.
Cal Heat's going to be really glad to have those kinds of opportunities where West Point comes in, takes one thrust to the goal with a shot. Well, again, a lot of goalies at this level are going to be really good at getting to those, on a line, high shots and making saves. Cal Heat did a good job of getting the rebound and saving the possession for themselves before the ball went out of bounds. Great slip and a beautiful finish. Great play by the Cal Heat side right there between center back and circle.
Yeah, nice slip and nice finish by Urban right there on the circle.
Really, really, really spicy intro pass by Rushin. That was quite luscious. I appreciate that very much.
Is that a bit of Oh wow. Is that a bit of envy I'm detecting, Miles?
Oh, that is respect. Game recognizes game, and I am a person who, in my playing time, really love to set up people nicely. As we see a great shot there by Bench. No, I was very much a passer, and I love to see when people can get a little creativity. Handball requires creativity in thought and delivery, and we saw that on that slip in.
Cal Heat will bring the ball back up in the half-court set now.
I guess the only thing I would envy at this point would be being in my 20s again.
West Point is extending that defense out, putting a little bit of pressure. And again, you can see how much space that does kind of allow.
Good job by West Point there defensively to kind of slow up that Cal Heat aggression from the backcourt, getting a deflection so that their goalie can make an easy save. And now we see the transition shot onto the goal, but save.
Cal Heat taking their time coming up the floor with the lead, understanding that the fewer possessions that are going to be in this game in the end will be their best bet for the win, as West Point would like to keep a fast-paced game and keep the flow.
4-goal game here. It's going to be a little bit tough for West Point to kind of keep reach if they can't shore up something on the defensive end. Looks like a great stop right there, though. We'll put them back in a position to get it back to 3, keep it manageable, keep a tangible spread that they might be able to get into a little bit later. Right now, they've got to operate on offense. They've got to find some fluidity. They've got to find ways to get a little bit more creative, get some spacing, and get some good scoring opportunities for their side.
Upgraft with a nice move left back to the right, and it's kick saved again by McClintock for Cal Heat. Nice save, nice shot attempt too, but a better save by the Cal Heat goalie.
And an unfortunate situation right there. If you're Cal Heat, you want to really, you see that West Point is struggling to score. You want to make them pay. You want to grind out offense, get your best shot, and try to make them play technically sound handball.
Paulus arguing that the ball was off of West Point, but it will stay with West Point according to the referee. West Point with a lot of people in the middle of the court right here. Cal Heat doesn't have to move a whole lot to cover the middle, but the wing gets a shot attempt.
Tough shot by the wing.
Looks like it was pushed off the sideline, and it'll be West Point ball in the corner on the opposite side.
It's a tough shot by the wing to try to sneak the ball back into the inside post. You want to take up space in the air and deliver the ball to the far post where the goalie is not. The goalies are great, but they can't be everywhere at once. Maybe hitch a little bit to draw to the inside and then deliver it to the far side. We'll see if West Point can make that adjustment as we go forward. Cal Heat getting another great save.
Cal Heat now within the half-court set. Maxi Banks slips it into Urban. Urban flies inside a 6 meter on the seat of his pants for a 7 meter shot now for Cal Heat. Again, you'll see that all the time. Urban's a little bit shorter than the average pivot player, and because of that, it makes it really easy for him to sink down low and get his center of gravity lower than the defender, which makes it hard to keep him up as Cal Heat converts the penalty shot.
Loris Emanuele on that penalty shot, great job to deliver. But like you said, Scott, when you're in the pivot, the biggest thing you can do for yourself is kind of sit and spin, kind of like that old toy from the 70s and 80s. You want to get low, turn around. It's really hard for a defender to keep legal contact with you if you drop your center of balance and then start turning to the goal. And if another West Point defender doesn't come over to help, you're going to concede a number of goals and or 7 meters if we don't see West Point make that adjustment.
Cal Heat with it on the right side now. Urban's trying to set the screen at the pivot position. He's getting pushed around by West Point. Probably wanted to foul. He's not going to get it. And West Point is on a little bit of a break right here. They don't have numbers, but that is not going to stop him from the shot attempt anyway. Goal.
That's a big goal by West Point. They were down 5. Getting it back to 4 is going to do a lot for their overall morale. We'll see if they can put together some stops defensively to cut into this Cal Heat lead as Cal Heat continues to grind on offense and looks like they're starting to pick up some patterns on where they can make attacks as we see a lot of space on that back line from West Point.
Yep, West Point still pushing the defense out a little bit higher. Foul's going to be given on the left side of the Cal Heat offense, and we'll probably continue to see West Point push things out a little bit. Again, a lot of times with the Cal Heat offense, you will see them kind of own the middle of the floor. It's going to be a penalty after that last shot attempt.
Looks like the referees awarded a foul on a clear scoring opportunity. Once again, Emanuele steps up and delivers for the Cal Heat side. We see a 5-goal advantage here, 11-6 by San Francisco.
West Point now within the half court. Ball's going to get tied up and reset quickly by West Point.
We're seeing West Point do a lot of movement. Oh, boy, that is an unfortunate goal against for Cal Heat. Very fortunate goal for West Point there. But as I was saying, the ball is really starting to kind of linger more on this offensive left side from West Point. They're going to have to try to get a little bit more spacing, a little bit more dynamic happening as we see the turnover.
And Cal Heat gives up the goal to West Point.
A timeout now by Cal Heat. Good timeout. Try to organize themselves. Now that the game has gotten back to a 3-goal competition, 11-8, we want to watch two things in this next few minutes. First thing from Cal Heat, can they find a bit of a consistent bit of movement to go against this West Point extended defense in the 5-1? And for West Point, can they make stops, but also can they continue to try to find more opportunity by spreading the floor, getting touches all around, not being in a hurry to try to score, but to work and play through each other? And handball is kind of like rugby. If I can draw somebody and another person to make a better play for my teammate when I pass it to them, I've done my job. So we'll see if West Point can kind of do a little bit more draw and deliver to create more offensive opportunities around the entirety of their offensive set.
Knox, what are you noticing from your time as a player now that you're on this side of the entire operation?
It's easy to see how when you're on defense that you want to be aggressive and push out. And like as somebody who has had a lot of defensive push out and be aggressive with me in the past, what you see interesting getting to watch the game more is again how much space is available on the 6 meter line. So even though that defense is putting pressure out high, a lot of times the weakness is right down low. So if you're able to get a good circle runner on that 6 meter line and get some movement back behind the pressure, there's a lot of opportunities that can be taken advantage of. And that's what I'm looking for Cal Heat to do. As you see West Point step out in another 5-1 defense right here, is how could they get some more movement along the 6 meter line that's going to allow for them to get some more scoring opportunities. Right now the crossing is happening up high, and the space was not there as they turn the ball back over to West Point.
West Point comes down and gets fouled, looking for jump shot opportunities again. They're kind of hurrying through their offensive set, not really taking their time and being deliberate, as we've seen Cal Heat do. A great save by West Point, though. The keeper does a great job of getting his leg to that and keeping West Point within range of this Cal Heat team.
West Point now bringing it back up with Upgraft at the center back, Kildav at left back, and Orcutt over on the right back side. This is their starting backcourt as Upgraft is unable to get the ball across the line.
Great
Another
save.
great save by McClintock for Cal Heat.
Barely gets his foot to it, but it's just enough to utilize his friend, the post, and keep that ball out of the net.
Johannes and Maxi get it started on the left side. Circle's coming up to set a screen right here. That's Benoit
making the attack, but great save once again by West Point. The goalies are really starting to have their impact in this contest. Weak scoring opportunity there. Again, a hurried offense. I appreciate for sure that West Point is looking to make numbers happen and kind of create, odd man rushes, as the hockey term goes. But if you can't get a good, stable base under you for a shot, you don't want to just give the ball to a great goalkeeper. You want to take your time, set up an offense, and really make that defense work. As we see Cal Heat take a shot from the left wing, West Point's keeper on top of his game.
And unlike, try that again. Unlike yesterday, West Point is having to play from down, which is a position they're not entirely comfortable with.
That's right. West Point is a good team for sure, and they're able. I've seen West Point in many years past, be able to, kind of, take over, different points of the game to, whittle into leads and even take over the lead in a contest. But against a team like this Cal Heat team, very structured, very organized. It's going to be really hard, going forward to, keep that continuity, especially if you're not getting as much continuity on the offense. As we see Cal Heat bury a shot into that lower left corner. Great shot placement, great bounce, a good goal there.
Maxi Banks scores it for Cal Heat just moments before Orcutt scores it on the right side for West Point. And West Point will jog it back.
A little bit more of a flow for both teams at this point. We'll see. At West Point is going to have to find ways to get stops. Period, point blank. The only way you can get back in this game is to get defensive stops. Their goalkeeper is doing his job. The court players are going to have to support him a little bit more. As we see Another great entry pass to the pivot and a goal.
Nice goal right there for Cal Heat. West Point quickly gets it back. They've got space on the left wing. And again, it's kicked out by Ezekiel McClintock for Cal Heat. Nice save by Zeke.
Two very contrasting points on those shot opportunities for Cal Heat. Slip into the pivot. He takes the shot to the far side. West Point trying to sneak it into the inside post. Great save there by West Point's goalie, though, keeping them within range, keeping them alive, and giving them hope.
Just a note on West Point as we tick down to the final 5.5. They have not led today.
Yeah, Cal Heat has been able to keep the distance between them and West Point, but West Point has never given up. There have been times where they've been a little bit behind the 8 ball, but they keep bouncing back and give each possession a little bit more emphasis than the last in order to keep a little bit close to the game.
For sure, Scott. That's a good point. They're going to have to battle in every one of these contests as a collegiate team, as a team that has the least overall experience. As we see Cal Heat get another goal, finding space behind that extended pressure. West Point's really going to have to make adjustments to find out if they want to remain in this pressure, as it seems like Cal Heat has started to figure something out in maintaining this 5-goal lead.
Neves has it in the center for West Point. Kildav sends it left, and is a traveling violation called against West Point, and Cal Heat will again slowly walk it back up with a nice lead.
What we're seeing again from West Point, they're keeping the ball primarily on the left half of the court. They get the ball to the center. The ball comes right back to the left. They're going to have to kind of get a little bit more fluidity. It's hard to score using only 40 or 50% of the court.
Good save right there for West Point. They'll get ready to bring it back up with a break attempt, or they'll slow it back down and get things back reset. Everybody in their natural positions. Here comes Neves going right to left with Kildav cutting right in front of him as he was going to go take that attempt. And that just kind of speaks to the lack of organization that we've seen from the West Point half court from the last few games.
Once again, one attacking thrust by West Point and a shot. They're going to want to get more ball movement to the opposite side just to make sure that the Cal Heat defenders can respect that offensive right side of West Point. And on the other side, Cal Heat is doing a pretty good job of drawing that extra man as we see a foul up around the neck, which may result in a penalty shot or a 2-minute. Looks like the officials are just going to give a regular throw in.
Okay. That was interesting. I mean, the officials were still very much on the court as the ball was being thrown in right there. I think that Cal Heat had a little bit of reason to believe that the game was going to be slowed down a little bit, as you clearly saw the foul come up around the neck. But the referees again, see, now we're starting to lose a little bit of the control with the physical play. West Point, again, the lack of experience doesn't just show up in terms of X's and O's. It also shows up in terms of how to truly play the game. And a lot of times you will see that show itself in West Point being a little too aggressive and physical. It is a very, very physical game, but there is a finesse to the physical.
You're right, Scott. One thing about playing handball as well, you have to be able to adjust to what the referees are calling. If the officials aren't calling some of the fouls that you've gotten in other games, you've got to be able to find that dynamic and play through it. As we see a shot taken high into the middle, right in the goalie's wheelhouse, he's demonstrated he's gotten to the tough one. So the easier shots are going to be very easy to save. But as I was saying, that you've got to be able to play to the level that your officials are giving you as the fast break goes for San Francisco Cal Heat and a goal is scored.
Good goal right there for Cal Heat. West Point, again, not the surest of teams when it comes to the half court offense right here, as you see Cal Heat applying the pressure in the center. And again, basically just one-on-one action right there.
One-on-one action, a one thrust opportunity, and now West Point finds themselves behind a 7-goal deficit. They're losing a lot of fluidity in offense, losing their spacing, finally getting the ball to the right side, though. But Cal Heat's ready to step up and foul, causing them to reset.
Neves at the center back position right here for West Point. He'll send it left to Kildav and back to the center. Attack on the right side. Tough shot and angle on the right side, moving right. It looked like the ball might have went off the goalie's head, but whether it did or not, he bounces back and is ready to get the offense going for Cal Heat.
That's a great save by Cal Heat. A good job by West Point by at least getting the ball to the right side and demonstrating that they have attacking threats on that side. It's going to be tough for West Point to really claw back into this match, though, if they don't get more scoring threat, let alone the actual goals from that opposite side.
Ball will come back to West Point right here. Upgraph with it now in the center back position. Neves is back on the bench.
We're down in the final minute. We'll see what West Point can do to get a goal to kind of take a little bit of momentum into the half if they can, let alone to shave into this 7-goal deficit.
10 seconds, guys.
Final seconds now on the clock in the first half.
Goalie was ready for that one.
5 seconds. Looks like West Point's just going to take a throw-in to finish the first half right here.
We'll have one final throw, kind of the untimed down. If there was a foul, looks like there wasn't a foul. Let's see what the referees determine.
Yeah, there should be at least one more throw-in the way the
throw
ball is
in.
stopped.
So it'll be one player versus the entirety of the San Francisco Cal Heat defense. We'll see what happens on this one throw opportunity. Again, he can't jump and fake and lean, but as you can see, that's a very intimidating shot that he sends a little bit high as we wrap up this first half with Cal Heat with a 7-goal advantage.
That was really a great angle of that last shot. There was barely the crossbar available from this angle, and it is the goal of that offensive player to try to get the ball curved around that wall as best as possible, but it is nearly impossible. So the ball falls harmlessly off to the side, and we come to the end of the first half with the Cal Heat up 16-9. The teams will get ready to switch benches, and we'll get ready for the second half in just a moment. The first half started off pretty close. West Point was able to keep close in the beginning as Cal Heat was a little bit, again, slow to get it going this morning. But as the game progressed, Cal Heat was able to get some more shots against that aggressive West Point defense. And West Point, again, was continuing to struggle in the half-court sets, as when their fast breaks have been limited, they have not been able to get as many goals in the half court.
That's right, Scott. It's been a tough sledding early on for both teams. Cal Heat has done a much better job of adjusting to the pressure than West Point has. We'll see if West Point can find ways to create offense, maybe be a little bit more patient, spread the ball side to side as we get into the second half. I look for West Point to apply more defensive pressure and use some more of their athleticism to do what they can to get back into this contest because they are teetering on the ropes at this point, down 7.
It'll be tough, but I'm excited to see what type of fire West Point brings out into the second half coming up. Cal Heat, so far the team that's been on fire with a 16-9 lead. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the second half in just a few minutes.
Cal Heat with the 16-9 lead at the break. Jeff Disher alongside Miles Bacon and Anthony Scott Knox. Gentlemen, what did we think of that first half, starting with West Point?
For West Point, I think, one of the things that I saw from them was a bit of a lack of dynamic from their right side of their offense. It's always tough to not have left-handed players in there to help balance the scoring. They're going to have a little bit more patience and not make a one thrust attack to the goal and force Cal Heat to play defense.
Yeah, Cal Heat is going to have to really just maintain the types of things that they were doing. Cal Heat kind of had things locked down. They didn't have to do a whole lot of team defense really, because one-on-one it seems like they were able to manage to curtail any of the attacks that West Point was putting on them on the one-on-one offense. Right now, West Point is just getting ready to break their huddle. 5 seconds left to go in halftime. It was very exciting in the beginning. We've seen a lot of good players from both teams. Few more good players from the Cal Heat side, but again, I'm excited to see whether or not West Point is going to come out with enough energy and excitement that's going to be able to allow them to close this 7-goal deficit right here to start the match. Cal Heat will throw it in to get things going. Johannes, Maxi on the left side of the floor right here for Cal Heat. And Maxi will cross back to the center.
We see West Point extending their defense a little bit further, creating a little bit more chaos for the Cal Heat offense. They've brought up, West Point is not only bringing their middle defender out to play high against the center back, but now they're starting to extend both of their two players out. So you were looking at a 3 on the back line, 2 kind of playing a middle zone, and 1 way out top creating chaos. We'll see how Cal Heat adjusts to this 3-2-1 look.
Goalie ball right here for West Point.
Great save there by the keeper. West Point looking to be a little bit more dynamic, taking the space, being hesitant to make the passes that they need to make, whereas Cal Heat is being a lot more efficient with their passing. Great attack, though, to get the goal for West Point and bring this back to a 6-goal deficit.
Cal Heat West Point just a little bit sloppy on that last play.
Yep,
but
I was just going to say, broken play led to a goal there.
Yeah. Sometimes in those situations, kind of like in basketball, we see where, there's a tip around of an offensive rebound or such. Sometimes you'll see a wide open shooter happen because everyone's trying to get to the loose ball. We'll see if West Point can continue to take advantage.
And West Point
like a charging call,
but it's going to be Cal Heat ball.
Yeah, it looked like the West Point attacker went into the Cal Heat defender. The official calls that a charging call. Just like basketball, you can't displace the defensive player once they've established position.
Urban scrambling down on the floor with the ball. He'll reset it right here with Maxi. Nice shot. Nice jump shot and strong attack on the left high corner by Maxi Bench.
Great placement. It's tough for the goalie in that situation when Bench's momentum seems to be carrying him to his right. The goalies want to jump to their own left to try to stop that. He places it right back up in that left corner and gets himself a nice goal.
Cal Heat able to get the defensive stop right now, and then they'll come back down the floor. Still up by 7 here. Johannes back at the center back position for Cal Heat with Maxi on the left back side. Urban will cross with Johannes, even though he sends it into the right wing. Ball stuck in the corner.
And lost. West Point seems to have dropped back into a regular 6-flat defense. Looks like they're kind of countering the counters of Cal Heat to try to make Cal Heat play a little bit more standard handball. Great shot opportunity there. Rings off the post. Unlucky for West Point. It was a great shooting opportunity for them that they just missed.
tough angle, but a good shot to make up for the lack of angle that he had right there. It almost went in, but bounced off the post and back out. Calheat will walk it back up. Urban's got it in the circle position right outside the 6 meters. He'll get tied up by West Point and they'll restart again. Bench throws it right to Johannes, who sends it deep into the right wing. And
A great bouncing skip pass there, finds the right wing, able to get a good shot in, and another goal for Cal Heat as they take an 8-goal advantage, 18-10, early here in the second half.
West Point now bringing the ball up, down by 8. And Kilgab is lucky to get the ball deflected off of a defender and then down into the net for a West Point goal.
Sometimes those are the best and worst things that can happen to a goalie as far as deflections go. It's great to see that your frontline players can get a deflection for you, but sometimes that deflection can find its way into the net. A little bit unlucky for the Cal Heat side, but West Point will take anything they can to maintain some element of tangibility as the second half continues.
And it seems like Johannes is just seeing something in that right wing down there that he's trying to take advantage of. That's about the second or third time up and down the floor in a row that he has kind of forced the ball down into the right wing.
Great shot by West Point there to get themselves another goal. Again, West Point is starting to find a little bit more fluidity on offense. And like you said, Scott, Cal Heat has found something there on that right side. There's a bit of, it looks like the second defender there for West Point from our right side is kind of playing a little bit higher. That extension is finding its way to the right wing as Johan Rushin is able to thread needles and put some dots down into that right side.
West Point defense is doing a good job to slow down the organized attack from Cal Heat. They get the deflection and push it out and ahead.
West Point showing a lot more life, a little bit more spirit. Their body language is looking a lot more positive than it was as we ended that first half. As we see them unfortunately turn the ball over as Cal Heat looks to counter.
There's certainly opportunity right there with the West Point pivot open at 6 meters, unable to get the ball to them, but they come back this time and get the goal
Great
on the
one-on-one
left-hand
move.
side of the court.
Great one-on-one move. Springs another opportunity for West Point. Again, West Point showing a lot more life, a lot more physicality, a lot more bounce in their step, as it were, as they try to chip into this lead now, which is down to 5.
Cal Heat will send it to the left. Maxi Bench will run in, and another nice score. I think the goalie got his hands on it, still pushed it up into the corner, unable to keep it out. Nice shot again by Maxi from the left back position, streaming straight through the middle of the West Point defense. Cal Heat comes back with their own defensive stop now.
But the late great Bob Ross would be a little bit jealous of the way that Maxi Bench has been able to paint these upper corners here in this game. We'll see what West Point can do to make adjustments as Bench is really starting to take over. Great slip to the wing. Way to draw that defender, the two defenders in, and create an opportunity that wing was able to finish for Cal Heat.
West Point will get the reset right here after the Cal Heat foul. Urban comes up to tap the West Point player. Jameson Upgraft, brother of Caden, probably.
Deductive reasoning would lead us that way. At the end of it, it's interesting to see the different officiating styles as contrasted to our last contest. Denver and Chicago featured a number of 2-minute penalties and penalty shots. The officials seem to want to let the game continue to flow and not call as many of the fouls here. Looks like we have a potential kick ball, an intentional kick ball, which is going to result in a 2-minute against West Point. Those are tough because in a lot of sports, especially American sport like basketball, you want to kick the ball. It's only going to result in a reset of a shot clock and a retention for the offense. But in handball, if you intentionally kick the ball, just like in soccer, it's going to result in a bit of a penalty. 2-minute penalty now for West Point.
Kildav will be serving that 2-minute penalty for West Point. They've got the ball way ahead for a fast break. They get a goal here on their man down opportunity.
Sloppy passing by Cal Heat being undisciplined there leads to a West Point goal, 20-14. Now we see West Point trying to do what they can despite being down a man in this situation.
Good job running the floor for Wesley Reed for West Point on that last goal. Now Cal Heat's got it back in their offensive set, and they were able to get the score as the Cal Heat pivot rides or is ridden into another a goal for the Cal Heat.
Great placement on that pass too. He saw the position, that kind of fronting position that the pivot had, being able to put the ball into a position where the circle runner was able to get the ball, and only the circle runner could get the ball, and was able to cash it in.
Cal Heat will bring it back up with Max Paulus in the game with Johannes at the center back position. They'll split up top with two pivots now. And Maxey sends the ball left. There's going to be room on the right side if they're able to move quickly enough, but the referees are going to call a foul right here. Goalie ball for West Point.
Yeah, the foot fault stepping on the line by the left wing. A bit of an unfortunate happening for Cal Heat. You're going to want to watch Army at this point. The West Point team is going to want to take a little bit more time off the clock, get a good scoring opportunity if possible. But at the end of it, you're trying to kill this penalty and kind of mitigate the man down situation.
Foul given for West Point, and they'll get reset right here as Urban hands the ball off, and West Point will throw it back in. Again, that's Wesley Reed.
West Point has their full complement back.
All right, so teams playing evenly here. West Point looking to move the ball side to side. Again, kind of stopping up at the right back position, getting kind of stagnant in their movement. And Cal Heat finds an opportunity to take the ball away from them and gets a countering attack. Great save by the West Point goalkeeper, though.
Oh, wow. A lot of confusion right there on the West Point defense or offense that led to that Cal Heat break. And again, a little bit of confusion for Maxey. He thought that he got clipped as he went up for that shot attempt. I thought he did too. But like you said before, these referees have let a lot more contact go compared to the ones that we saw in the earlier game this morning.
And it depends on the referee, the referees, how they want to play, how they want to officiate. At the end of it, both teams have to adjust to how the officiating styles go and be able to make their countering offenses and defenses, as we see West Point bury another shot from the left wing.
Nice shot right there on the left wing for West Point. Again, trying to maintain some reach right here. But again, the time is going. We've got about 18 and a half minutes, just over that, remaining here in the second half. Cal Heat's got it on the offensive side, up by 6 now. Johannes sends the ball left to Maxey. Maxey takes another big jump towards the right. This time he passes instead of shoots. And it was the right decision as the right back player dives in for a Cal Heat goal.
Great setup by Maxey. His threat, as being as tall as he is and able to jump as high as he is, means a lot of commitment by the interior of that West Point defense. Being able to drop that pass off opens up a little bit more of a one-on-one opportunity. A simple juke to the right and then coming back to the left is a burial of a shot for Cal Heat.
West Point with the ball deep in the corner right here. They're trying to get something set up as the ball comes back to the center. Looks like a little crossover dribble right there. It's going to keep going. West Point has it on the left. Another shot from the left wing. The West Point pivot player receives the rebound and throws the ball in the back of the net for the Cadets.
Cal Heat, we saw it yesterday. You've got to secure those rebounds. If the goalie's good enough to get to him, you've got to cover his back by getting to the rebounds. West Point was able to get to that 50-50 ball, bury it back in the net, keeping some touch. Once again, West Point is doing a pretty good job of staying in this contest, even though they're down significantly here in the second half.
Ball moving up top for Cal Heath. They get a little break here of speed. Banks from deep. Gets blocked. Gets blocked by the West Point 6-meter defense. And results in a fast break goal for West Point.
West Point doing what they do best, countering. Great defensive job by the West Point defense to jump up and get a piece of that ball, turning defense into offense West Point is using what their skill set is, now down 4, 21-17, to get back into this contest. We'll see how it goes.
And
Kalev Gilgev over there on the left side of the West Point defense that got that last block on the previous possession and then is able to help get another goalie ball earned for West Point here on this possession.
and West Point used that 2-goal swing expertly to come to within 4. But again, West Point has not held a lead today, and I don't believe there's been a tie either. Miles might want to check me on that.
I think you're right. Aside from very early in the contest, as we've gotten into the latter portions of the first half and now obviously into the second half, it's been pretty much all Cal Heat as we've seen. But here is West Point with a little bit of momentum, a little bit of boosted morale, and finding ways to make goals happen.
With just under 16 minutes to go, Cal Heat on defense now still looking to maintain that wire-to-wire lead that they've had. Again, Cal Heat's defense has been pretty good against the West Point half-court set, but right here, the Cal Heat give up a penalty shot for West Point.
7-meter opportunity and converted for West Point. West Point is never going to give up. It seemed like Cal Heat maybe got a little bit cozy against this West Point team. That's something you can never do. No lead is ever safe with West Point. Now we see West Point down 21-18. Cal Heat takes a timeout. They need to talk about their strategies as West Point has brought this back from what looked like an obvious doom at a 7 or 8 goal deficit. Now they've brought it down to 3 and have a breath of life blown into them as we are here early in this second half.
We were starting the train right into town square where West Point was looking to get out of it, but they've clawed their way back because of Cal Heat mistakes in their attack that West Point has regularly taken advantage of. We've seen at least a couple 2-goal swings taken advantage of by West Point in these last couple of minutes.
Couple things that are at play, like you said, that we've seen West Point take advantage of the Cal Heat mistakes, but at this point, there may be elements of fatigue that are involved, and West Point's conditioning may be the determiner of how this game finishes. West Point seems to have fresher legs and a little bit more bounce in their step than Cal Heat. Cal Heat seems to be a little bit more sluggish in the second half, not as crisp as they have been, even though they have had Maxi Bench bearing some shots as well from the left side. Emanuele seems to have found a couple good shots, but West Point overall playing a lot more spirited defense, playing a little bit more height, and at the end of the day, they seem to believe that they can get back into this contest and potentially win it.
Looks like Cal Heat is trying to get the ball in the hands of their best shooter, Maxi Banks, right here coming out of the timeout. West Point did a good job of deterring any attempt from Maxi.
We'll go the other way.
West Point able to get the defensive stop. That was a really important stop right here. Only down by 3. West Point looks to trim it to 2.
It gives the ball right back. You've got to be disciplined at that point. That 3-goal deficit. If you can get a goal there, you got to be disciplined. You've got to kind of put your best effort forward to trim that to 2. Seeing yourself in a 2-goal game is way different than seeing yourself in a 4-goal game, which Cal Heat is trying to present in this situation. Notice how disciplined Cal Heat is in this offensive possession right now. They look like they're really trying to be structured, really trying to expand this lead back to 4, put a little bit more doubt on West Point's head.
Ball's moving quickly for Cal Heat, but it's all side to side, no north and south, and they're unable to get a good look at the goal. They still got it, though.
Stalling warning at hand, but a deflection looks like it's going to remain a corner for Cal Heat. Again, might be a stalling warning coming up very soon for Cal Heat if they don't make a concerted attempt to get toward the goal and make an attack. It's up to the referee. There's no official time as far as how many passes or shots you have to take or opportunities you take to get a shot on goal. Looks like Cal Heat gives up a bad on the line foul. West Point looking to counter.
West Point now with it on the offensive set. down by 3 goals. Now make it 2.
In handball, you can take 3 steps, you can jump, bounce the ball, and then take 3 more steps. Great job by West Point to exploit that opportunity, get in, get a great goal opportunity, and now it's 21-19. That 2 goal deficit. West Point is right back in contention as this second half winds itself down.
With this close contest, nice attack by Maxi. He's able to suck the defense in towards him, which gives a wing an open shot on the left side. The goal differentials back to 3 as West Point gets it back quickly, and
Great
McClintock kicks it out
save.
high. A lot of contact on the right side. Referees coming in to usher in a 2-minute penalty levied against West Point.
Outstanding save there. Looked like that was going to be another goal for West Point coming off of the right wing. Again, a little bit more balance that we're seeing from West Point, but an unfortunate turn for the Black Knights as a 2-minute penalty is called. We'll see if Cal Heat can kind of grind through their offense, make West Point commit to one side or the other, give up some spacing, and if Cal Heat can take advantage of that.
Jack Kendrick's going to be serving the penalty for West Point, number 4. And Cal Heat will get things going, up 1 man right here and up by 3 goals in the game. Oh, low
Sloppy
pass.
passing there.
Again, those type of passes look like stick-'em passes where the ball just gets stuck to the fingers a little bit too long. And even as we look at the floor right here, you can see some of the pock marks on the floor where that sticky ball has left some resin stuck to the floor. So the guys are definitely playing with stick 'em here at this tournament. You can see how that pass was delivered low, more than likely as a result of that sticky ball. Cal Heat earning the penalty shot right here after the attack by Bench.
Once again, we see a 2-man rodeo happen in on that pivot spot. Army's going to have to step in and really help out their pivot defender if they're going to not want to concede any more of these penalty shots. That's the last thing you need to give up in a man down situation.
West Point will look to take their time right here and milk out the last few moments of this 2-minute penalty that they're in right here. Ball's turned over. Oh, boy.
West
Have
Point,
to be careful the way you deliver the ball back after the turnover.
it's unfortunate.
And I
West Point,
believe they've been given another 2-minute penalty now.
Unfortunate for West Point. They've gotten it down to 2 goals. That's a time when you really want to be as disciplined as possible. Cal Heat showing some solid discipline in not only getting themselves organized in offense, but getting themselves to a point where they could score multiple goals. Here they push it back out to a 5-goal advantage as we see Maxi Bench doing what he does best, attacking the goal, taking the space that the defense is giving him. Now West Point sits at 24-19.
West Point had brought it back so close to only being down by 2, now down by 5, and currently still playing down 1 players. They are back to 5, and a nice shot right there on the right side for West Point to, again, slow some of the bleeding here.
A little bit of disappointing defense right there by Cal Heat, allowing a player to dribble the ball down into that space. Once a player puts the ball to the ground, it's a good opportunity for the defense to swipe at his arm, knock that away, take away some of the momentum that he has offensively. Good job by West Point, though, to kind of stop up the Cal Heat attack. You don't want to concede a goal at this point. Best thing you can do is wrap up foul, kill this penalty, destroy some of the time that's available. Great steal here as they step in and get the takeaway.
Wesley Reed down the floor for West Point for the goal.
I think that's good job by Wesley getting himself into position to punch that ball away. Takes it coast to coast, buries it in the back of the net.
Cal Heat with it on the right side now, and they get the goal right back.
Great finish off of that right side, that right wing. Again, the balance that we've seen from the Cal Heat attack, getting goals from the left and the right, as well as the backcourt. You got to have that court balance so the defense can't lean on one tendency or another. We saw that happen with Army. They got a little bit sluggish and stagnant in their offensive spread and dynamic, but they've seemed to have corrected some of that. Now here in the second half, now that they're down, we'll see what they can do to kind of get their balance, get some scoring opportunities from the backcourt and the wing, taking up some of the space that the Cal Heat is giving them.
West Point full complement.
Both teams back at full strength right now, and West Point will take the time out. Boy, I can see why they need a timeout. They had come so close right now, and they're in another position right here, down by 4 goals, that they could hopefully try to trim it down to 3. And again, as the game has been tight here these last few minutes, Cal Heat has always had, for the most part, control over the game. But again, West Point has never shown any quit throughout. That's why the goal differential has never been more than 5, but also as close as 2, because the game has kind of stayed in that 2 to 4 window for the majority of the second half.
West Point has done a great job to get themselves into position to, take the lead, make this game close. It takes a lot of energy and effort, but West Point is probably one of the few teams in this, this National Cup dimension to be able to take that bit of stamina and still have something left. If I'm West Point's coach, I'm going to come out in a man-to-man pressure just to see where Cal Heat's fatigue level is. Just kind of throw that at them. You're at 4 goals right now. Maybe you get a turnover. Maybe you create some chaos, which is what West Point really wants to do in general, create some of that chaos and get turnovers and counter opportunities. But at the end of it, you got to do something different against Cal Heat. They've been able to withstand pretty much everything you've thrown against them defensively. Throw a different look at them just to see what they do. If they find a way to beat it, you fall out of it, but at least you find out what they can do.
Neves with the ball on the right side of the floor for West Point.
Some
And
tough
West Point
passing.
again, sloppy with the ball handling.
Tough passing.
Bodies on the floor, a lot of hustle. Cal Heat's got the ball. Benoit cruises for the shot on the fast break by Cal Heat.
Some unfortunate passing there by West Point. Again, you want to deliver those passes into the strike zone, above the waist, below the neck, so that your receiver can make a good transition to his next movement. If you can't get those passes delivered in the right way, a good team like Cal Heat is going to get to those loose balls, make counter opportunities like we saw, and Cruzette finishes putting Cal Heat back up by 5 once again.
Cal Heat gives the foul, and West Point will restart it here on the left side of the court. Again, both teams at full strength right now, 6-on-6. Neves sends it back to the center back.
Sorry, Scott, this next 3 minutes is going to be critical for West Point to get back in this game as we see them give the possession up once more. Unfortunate for West Point, getting a little bit sloppy. Again, we're going to see if they put any kind of defensive tactics in to kind of change the game of what they've already shown Cal Heat. Cal Heat's going to be a lot more deliberate, starting to salt the clock a little bit more now that they're, up 5 goals. They're going to want to do their thing, get their shots in the best position they can, and force West Point to have to adjust to what they want to do.
Cal Heat with the ball and up by 5 goals right here. Still attacking with fervor. Nice dish into the pivot position, but it'll get tied back up. Again, that's Benoit Cruz at the pivot position for Cal Heat. Johannes with the ball now in the center of the court.
Stalling warning
Passive.
is on. It's passive play, no shot clock, but the officials determined that Cal Heat was not making a concerted effort to try to take a shot. They turned the ball over almost like a shot clock violation. Now West Point on the counter.
West Point with 2 attempts right here after the Cal Heat turnover, and they're able to score it off of the right wing bounce out to the left wing and then into the back of the net.
Right wing credited with the Kobe assist, using the iron to get the ball across to the left wing. A little bit unlucky for the Cal Heat team. Once again, if you get a save or a missed shot, you got to get to those loose balls. Army is showing themselves able to get to the 50-50s, take advantage, still got some life left, some faith in their opportunities going forward.
Phantom assist also credited to the crossbar.
Looks like another 2-minute penalty for West Point. It's going to be on number 18.
Number 18, is that 18 or 19? Couldn't really tell.
Nice.
A little bit out of control, regardless of who it was. You got to be able to control the attacker as Cal Heat gets another shot from the right wing, buried into the far left corner. Great shot, great opportunity, way to take advantage of the man up. And now West Point once again facing a significant deficit against this Cal Heat team.
Yeah, that was 19. You're right, Miles. Wesley Reed sent to the bench for 2 minutes after the rough hit. West Point now with the ball, down by 5 and down by one man right here as they take on the Cal Heat defense, 5-on-6. Kilgav has it on the left side of the court. A lot of
No foul,
contact, but no
no
foul
foul
awarded.
called. No foul called. And again, you've got to play to the way that the officials are calling it. So if anything is going to be close as an offensive player, if you feel like you might get contacted and the referees might not call it, you've got to get the ball to the next man and give him an opportunity to make a good play.
Cal Heat with it on the right side and right goal again for the right wing
Another goal.
for
Another
Cal Heat.
goal. There, Cal Heat has found something on that right wing, and they're going to it. They're dipping into the well, and that's the way you want to do it. If you're Cal Heat or any offensive team, if you're finding something that's working, you go with it until the defense adjusts. And if they don't adjust, it's just going to be a long version of of loss, as we've seen West Point go through at this point.
Yeah, we saw earlier how Cal Heat had been pushing it to the right side of the court early and often in their possessions as West Point gets a nice goal in the middle of the court. And now you see Cal Heat again still pushing it that way, but now they're being a little bit more successful than they were earlier in the game and in this half when they weren't quite getting as much consistency out of the right side. But that didn't deter them. And that's why numbers matter because they know that by the law of average that they're going to come out with more goals than not if they keep pushing to the right side there.
We're now down into the final 4 minutes of this contest. Cal Heat is going to want to be a little bit more disciplined as we come down the home stretch. West Point obviously is going to look to create a little bit more chaos, push the numbers, get a little bit more movement on offense. Cal Heat is going to have to lock in on defense if they want to secure this win. West Point is going to be really coming in, making a lot of attacks. Good to see West Point being a little bit more patient in their offense, not just taking the first opportunity that they can get, but time is going to be of the essence. So they're going to have to be quick, but not in a hurry.
Isn't Cal Heat expecting West Point to create the chaos, though?
And it seems like Cal Heat has been doing a great job of taking care of that aspect from West Point. The various looks that West Point has thrown at them, Cal Heat has taken a few possessions to try to figure out what they're doing and then finding tactics and different sets to, kind of take advantage of what West Point is conceding. Anytime you come off of that six flat back line, you're giving up something. And Cal Heat is doing a good job of finding what West Point is giving up. At this point with West Point, it looks like they're not really trying to do but so much as far as changing their defensive tactics and making adjustments to what Cal Heat has done now that we're into the final 3 minutes of this contest.
We've got 28-24 correct score.
Nice attack right there on the left side. Unable to get the goal converted, though, for Cal Heat, and West Point will bring it down the floor again. Still down by 4. And now make it 3. So
Cal
again,
Heat.
West Point refuses to go away right here.
That's right. A little bit of lack of discipline by Cal Heat. You don't want to fly up and take and give something to West Point at this juncture of the contest. You don't want to give anything to them. You want to kind of stay disciplined and force them. A team that has struggled to find some continuity in offense, you want to make them make the best play. But now we see West Point pressuring in a more man-to-man 6v6 situation, which is what I thought West Point should have done long before this final 2 minutes. We'll see how Cal Heat adjusts.
West Point now falling back into a flat defense as Urban is able to get the ball and dive in for the Cal Heat goal, pushing the lead back to 4.
Looks like West Point is trying to change tactics. Cal Heat forces them into a reset, which is going to drop them back into a regular defense as we see West Point make a unnecessary, unforced turnover. Unfortunate at this point of the game. They had done so well to get back into it, but now looking at another, looks like a 5-goal deficit. Is that 29-24?
We've got 29-25 correct. I'm of the belief that the table missed the goal or missed a goal.
Copy that.
We are within 1 minute now as the goalie for West Point got caught out as they were trying to add a little bit of extra pressure with the extra man on the floor. West Point looks like they're going to run out of time in this one.
A little bit unfortunate for the West Point effort. I applaud West Point for doing what they did to even fight back into this contest. Like we saw, they got it down to a 2-goal deficit after having trailed by such a significant margin towards the end of the first half and into the second. Cal Heat at this point is kind of adding some tallies. It's now it looks like what is a 5 or 6 goal competition as the time continues to run, winding this game down.
Yeah, that's going to just about do it right here as West Point gets one more goal right here before it's all said and done.
Time is
Clock is
called,
clock
getting the
is
ball
stopped for
back
an
up to
injured player
midcourt.
down.
Hopefully the player's okay. At least he's able to get off the floor under his own power.
We're going to see it. The time may dictate a no. All good.
And that is the end of our Cal Heat versus West Point matchup with a final score, at least in the building here, 25-30. We'll make sure that we get the right score figured out before everything's said and done. But 25-30, your final score of Cal Heat versus West Point. It was a really close match. 5 goals does seems like it's kind of like it was an insurmountable deficit there in the last few minutes of the game, but repeatedly throughout the game, West Point gave a lot of effort to keep the game close enough to make you feel like they would have an opportunity. But towards the end, the experience and the discipline from Cal Heat was more than enough to keep West Point from causing too much of a scare as the game wound down right here at the end.
It was a tale of two halves. We saw West Point struggle through that first half, but come out in the second half with a really respectable effort to even get back into the game, let alone have opportunities to take the lead. They got it to 2 goals. Unfortunately, I think they, made way too many offensive mistakes. They did correct a little bit of their lack of balance offensively, which was very much a good sign for West Point. But a little bit too late to try to put in the full man-to-man pressure defense, and Cal Heat was able to take that, stymie it, and get goals to solidify their win. A great job by both teams. Just a little bit better job by Cal Heat to counter the tactics that West Point gave them in securing the win.
Again, a lot of credit to the West Point team. They are the only collegiate club in this USA Team Handball National Cup field. They do, however, fall to a 0-4 record to start this National Cup pool play over the course of these 3 tournaments that we have coming up this season. Cal Heat gets their first win of National Cup play, and they improve to 1-3. But I am really excited coming up in the final match of the USA Team Handball National Cup this weekend at the Michael Lipoff tournament. We've got East Coast versus West Coast as the New York Athletic Club will get ready to take the court against the Los Angeles Team Handball Club. Both teams coming into this last game with an undefeated record. Somebody is going to go home with their first loss of the tournament, while the others will remain undefeated. We'll take a quick break right here, and we'll get back with the action here in just about 5 to 10 minutes.
Jeff Disher, Miles Bacon, and Anthony Scott Knox with you from the Oaks Fitness Center in Mokina, Illinois. Miles, back with me to take you through lineups for Nyack and LA. Go, man.
All right. For the Los Angeles Team Handball Club, we have Jan Viktorov, Jacobo Garcia, Arslan Fikirin, Mitch Hildebrandt, Gil Cornella, Ty Reed, Anderson Seidel, the ageless Lewis Howe, Motion Baba Safari, Domagoj Sursen, sorry if I mispronounce any names. I apologize. It is not anything personal. Drew Donlin, Gabe Goudreau, Viran Moros. We have Roman Zakakurian and Greg Callejo. For the New York Athletic Club, once again, apologies for any mispronunciations. We have Niels Jacob Thing, Mostafa Ani, Aaron Lippert, Omar Ali, Lincoln Ambrose, Blake Havern, Jonathan Sorensen, Mark Miller, Will Constantine, Alex Zeck, Marcus Rockyer, Sigurd Leif Kling. We also have Russ Reinhardt and Nikolai Kling and Ethan Pickett. We have two teams here, as Scott alluded to at the end of our last game. They have walked through this first leg undefeated. Two teams coming in looking to complete the leg sweep of this initial wave. Once again, there are three different legs that will happen over the course of the next few months that will wrap up with the West Point tournament in February, the end of February. So this will be a bit of a journey for these teams. They're starting to figure out each other's tendencies, finding out what other people and teams can do. But at the end of it, these two teams have yet to face off against each other. It's going to be interesting to see how these two styles of play and the dynamic of these two teams take shape. Nyack, very, very good as far as creating offense. Some good treachery in passing by Nikolai Kling, who has made some very luscious passes into the post. It'll be interesting to see what Los Angeles can do with their dynamic offense. They've got some outstanding players, including Ty Reed and Drew Donlin, who are able to create offense, finish shots, and really put pressure on any defense. So, two great teams, two great styles. We'll see how they'll match up in this particular contest. I am excited as heck to bring this to you alongside of my good friend, Anthony Scott Knox, as well as Jeff Disher, who's behind the boards for us, taking great care of our operations and bringing this telecast to you.
Yeah, thanks, Miles. We're excited to get this game going again. The last remaining undefeated teams of the National Cup. But again, about an hour and 10 minutes or so from right now, we will know the difference between the defeated and the undefeated as the LA Team Handball Club and the New York Athletic Club look to stay undefeated so far early on in this USA Team Handball National Cup competition. Again, we're excited right here to bring this match to you. After we get done here, we still have some gold medal matchups coming up. We've got the women's gold medal match between Chicago and San Diego, followed later on by the New York Handball Club taking on Dallas for the gold medal match for the men's. But right now, we're excited to see this 3-0 matchup take place on the floor.
You see LA coming out in red. LA is looking to make some good attacks against the Nyack club dressed in black. Early on here, we've got a turnover as Nyack counters, looking to apply pressure to this LA defense.
Might be the other way around, Miles.
I think Nyack is in black, and LA is in red, at least from what I've gathered. I can, my best indicator is the man bun of Kling, as we see. Looks like LA comes out with a goal.
Yeah, my big indicator is Captain America setting up right there for LA.
Big Drew.
Donlin.
Big
Yep,
Drew.
So we'll see what New York is able to do right here as they come back down the floor.
empty movement in the backcourt, getting some touches for everybody in the backcourt, creating some dynamic and pressure against the LA defense.
So again, as we remind everybody what the stakes are going to be here for this USA National Cup, each each tournament, and by each tournament I mean specifically three. This one that we are experiencing right now here at the Oaks Fitness Center, the Michael Lipoff tournament, will be the first of three tournaments. The next one will be coming up later on this year in Denver in December, and then finally in the last weekend in February, the last National Cup pool play will take place in West Point. There's six teams. Each team will play everybody at least twice. And then after that, the number one team will again earn a qualifying spot to the North American and Caribbean Club Championships being held next year. Right now, again, 3-0 is the record of both of the teams on the floor right here.
Looks like Nyack was forced into a passive play warning. Once again, there's no shot clock in handball, so it's up to the officials' determination and discretion if a team is making concerted efforts to try to score. They got forced into a pressure situation to try to make a shot within a few passes. Weren't able to convert. Now LA is on the attack early in the second half, or sorry, early in the first half.
Having some issues with our video feed from Chicago. We'll do the best we can.
LA's got the ball coming back up the court. So, Miles, I just wanted to ask you, as you've gotten to see both LA and New York play to this point, which team do you think is the favorite right now coming into this matchup?
That's a tough question. It's a really good question. You know, the dynamic that we've seen from both teams, I'm not sure I've seen enough of the limits that either of these teams have been pushed to. We've seen both teams have to battle through certain stretches of contest, but these teams clearly have a distinct ability to finish. I think one of the determining factors for this game is the athleticism and skill of the Nyack side. There is a lot of skill on both sides, clearly. We'll see if the size of LA, I think, which is a bit of a more tangible thing, we'll see if the size of LA is going to be a big difference compared to Nyack's a little bit smaller stature, relatively speaking, of course, but seems to have, it looks like Nyack has a little bit more skill coming through some of their backcourt players. And that's no disrespect to anybody. I think we've just got two teams that are right there neck and neck with ability. If I had to give any edge, it's a slight edge to Nyack just based off of what I've seen. Of course, I'm old and I have to wear contacts. So, you know, my vision may or may not be the best to determine who is the best team or the favorite in this competition.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see. I do feel though, however, of the six teams that these are the two teams that we're more than likely to see competing with each other at the end of the National Cup play. We just got finished watching West Point take on Cal Heat a moment ago. Same type of thing. Maybe those teams are kind of like towards the bottom, maybe in the middle. We saw Denver and Chicago play earlier this morning as well. I do think that Chicago is going to have an opportunity to hang close with both LA and New York Athletic Club before everything is said and done with. So those will more than likely be the top three teams: LA, New York, and Chicago. Speaking of, as we continue to work on our video difficulties right here, do you have a say in the four major cities of the United States for yourself, Miles? What are your four major cities?
In general, for me, or pertaining to handball?
No, we'll say pertaining to the United States of America as a whole. What are the four major cities?
Interesting. I did see this post on the on the internet. You got to go with New York and Los Angeles. You would have to put Chicago in there, but then you know that fourth city, probably at this point because of the economic and technological advancements, you might have to put San Francisco up there. Of course, you know there are other cities that have their viable stakes therein. Different cities like Philadelphia, even Washington D.C., and the political influence. But for me, it's New York, L.A., Chicago, and San Francisco until otherwise determined.
Well, that's kind of cool that your four major cities also make up two-thirds of our National Cup pool. If you throw West Point in there as a far off offshoot of New York, you might be able to include them as well. And personally, for me, Denver is my favorite city in America. So all in all, the National Cup pool teams have represented some of the great cities and areas of the country. So it's nice to see handball represented in these major markets throughout the country, which is not to be surprising because of a lot of times the number of international attraction there is to some of those major cities across America. So they bring some of their flavor and some of the things that they know about the world of sports to those big cities, and then we're lucky to see these organizations and clubs pop up in these big cities across America.
For sure. And that's something that's been tried and true over my 2.5 decades with handball in America. We've seen a lot of the major cities get that international influence and bring their talents to the American shores and form clubs and really kind of exert a good bit of dominance. With some of the major clubs in the country being fixated in some of our larger cities. Look at New York, for instance. If you include West Point, you have three major clubs there with NIAC as well as the New York Team Handball Club, NYC. Some outstanding talent there. Los Angeles has had multiple teams over the years. Cal Heat has put out a program that not only has outstanding men's and women's senior teams, but also has some great junior teams as well. Um, it's a number of great and talented teams across the country. It's just really good to see that handball is slowly starting to crawl into some of the other markets. Like you said, Denver, a team that didn't really exist but so many years ago, now is a formidable weapon in the arsenal of American team handball, adding in teams like Dallas, which didn't have a club, Houston, that did have a club and does have a club. Is another team that has had some outstanding teams over the years. Some outstanding play all around, some talent all over the place as LA gets another goal here in this first half of competition.
One thing that one city, however, I don't think I heard you mention it just now, but was definitely a big part of the handball community when I was still playing, and of course when you were playing as well. But the city of Atlanta not represented in the National Cup, so not Atlanta not getting out and traveling to as many tournaments as they might have once upon a time, or at least the whatever edition of the Atlanta programs are being played now. Not quite what it was back in the early 2000s when I felt like personally coming into the sport around that time that Atlanta was like a big hub for handball. A lot of which is because that was the last time that the United States had a team representing the United States of America in the sport of handball was in 1996 when America hosted the Summer Olympics for the last time on American soil. And a lot of that handball culture kind of stuck around the Atlanta area and carried that region, I feel like, easily for about 15 years or so before you kind of started to see those teams start to dwindle down a little bit in the 2010s and certainly in the 20s.
You're very right, Scott. They're coming off of the 96 Olympics, the reverberation and ripples of the Atlanta Olympics and the base of Olympic um, the Olympic, reverberation, really set its foot deep in the Southeast, capturing a number of clubs, including our beloved Carolina Team Handball Club. We saw clubs all over the Southeast due to some outstanding recruitment and development by USA Team Handball. I'm thinking of some of the people that were involved, including Dominique Dumont, who helped to find some schools, colleges specifically, to build some of the programs. As you mentioned, Atlanta had the Condors, as well as Atlanta Team Handball, a youth club that started right around 1998, 1999. A number of colleges got involved in handball. You had schools, small schools from Lander and Presbyterian, larger schools, Georgia Tech, the University of Georgia, even Middle Georgia, which back then I thought was something from some American Tolkien novel. I didn't know Middle Georgia existed, but that eventually led itself to, Kennesaw State, plenty of other schools throughout the Southeast. And began with the development of the Southeastern Team Handball Club. The cool thing is, we saw here recently over the past decade a bit of a development in the Midwest, where I'm from originally, all around the Great Lakes and in the state of Ohio. A number of clubs have sprung up. So it's really been fun to see, at least around my hometown in Ohio, around the Columbus area, Cincinnati, all the way up through Chicago into Milwaukee. A number of teams have developed, Milwaukee and even Minnesota. So the Midwest has put its foot down, from Minnesota all the way over to West Virginia and Pennsylvania. It's been really good to see handball kind of grow organically through people who just have the heart and desire to make handball more relevant and accessible for everyone. As we see Los Angeles take a 7-meter shot, get the rebound, place it back in the back of the net. Now Los Angeles leads New York Athletic Club 4-3 as we matriculate through this first half.
All right, and we have managed to get our video back up and running for the viewers, and now we'll see New York Athletic Club come up on offense for the first time. Kick ball off the feet, and LA is going to bring it right back down.
Sloppy play there. Again, we talk about the passing strike zone. You want to get that ball into a place that is suitable for your offensive recipient to make a smooth transition into the next play that they're going to make, whether that's a pass or a shot. Anything below the waist is subject to a bit of danger. As we see LA take a shot from the left wing, great save by the goalkeeper of New York Athletic Club, getting that stop.
All right, and NYAC will bring it back down the floor now, looking to take their time here on the offensive side. Again, I'm very, very excited to see how these both of these teams. I mean, maybe LA a little bit more of a fast-paced team, or even Athletic Club could be. It really kind of just depends on who they have at their wing positions. But I think that in the half court, we're going to see a lot of X's and O's that are going to be worthy of taking note of as we progress through the game.
Dangerous play there as the attack was made at the side of the attacker. That results in a yellow card warning. That yellow card doesn't necessarily, it does get booked, but it doesn't result in an actual penalty situation. But what it does do is puts the players on notice. You got to attack from a proper legal defensive position. Otherwise, everyone is subject to a 2-minute penalty going forward.
Ball out of bounds off the sideline, throw in right here, and New York Athletic Club turns it over to LA. Oh, Donlin
Gives
had
it
his
right
back
back.
turned and throws the ball off. His partner throws the ball off his feet, and LA will reset right here on defense.
LA is looking like a much, much larger team. They've got a lot of size out here as they demonstrate a 5-1 defense, trying to get to some of the skill of the backcourt that Nyack has showed before. Nyack is working themselves around, trying to make something happen. Very stagnant play, though. Looks like that LA size is a little bit too formidable as Nyack gets in. Looks like a turnover against New York Athletic Club. LA will bring the ball out and get established on offense.
LA will toss it in and get things back going again. Coming down the floor up 4-3 right now.
You kind of expect from these two teams, with the skill and physicality that both of them have demonstrated over the course of this first leg, that this was going to be a tough, grind them out kind of start to the match. We'll see what happens going forward, but I don't expect either team to take a huge advantage going forward, as we see Nyack getting a steal and a counter. As we see
Sorensen with the steal
Sorensen.
and the goal.
We've seen Sorensen do a lot of counterattacking, and there he gets his own steal, goes coast to coast, and finishes, notching the game at fours.
LA will have the ball now in the half court with the score tied 4-4. This is exactly the type of scoring game that I am anticipating today as the right wing runs in for a second pivot. Another turnover right here for LA, and New York is with the ball down. They've got a 3-on-2 advantage right now, and they get the advantage scored for the goal. Again, it's Sorensen.
Great job by Nyack there, taking advantage of the 3-on-2. You've got to make quick decisions, draw a defender, and dish it to the next man. The two people are going to have a heck of a time trying to cover three. They do a great job as LA takes a timeout to try to get themselves a little bit more organized as Nyack has blasted back into the lead 5-4.
Timeout on the floor again, called by LA. It's been an exciting match so far. Again, these teams are coming into the match 3-0. So again, being able to start off this National Cup pool play with a 4-0 visit to the Oaks Fitness Center out here just outside of Chicago would be great for either of these teams. Now, again, there's a lot of games left to be played, so nothing is going to be written in stone just by coming out of this tournament 4-0, but it is also going to set a precedent for everybody to know who's in charge. And again, right now with these teams being 3-0, it's definitely East Coast versus West Coast in the lead, New York and LA with the best teams in this national pool. But we'll see who's able to get the last laugh today. It's 5-4 right now with New York Athletic Club in the lead. I expect to see LA to settle down a little bit more as we progress through. We're just past a halfway point. What do you think the LA needs to come out of this timeout with right here, Miles?
Well, more than anything, they need to come out with, a good demonstration of balance, getting a good scoring opportunity for some of their best players. Whether that's coming out of the backcourt, you've got a number of different dynamic players in the LA backcourt that can create their own opportunities or create opportunities for others. Anderson Seidel here on the left back is an outstanding dynamic player. We've also got, Big Drew Donlin in on the post at the circle runner position. And then obviously number 5, the center back, Jan Viktorov. Very creative players all around as they feed Drew Donlin. Again, getting their best players, their opportunities. Donlin with his size and skill gets the game notched up at 5 apiece for the LA side getting back into this contest.
Yeah, I love to see that right there coming out of the timeout. Exactly what you said, going to their best option right there, as Donlin is going to be towering over most people that he's going to be coming up against in this league.
6'6" Drew Donlin, a fixture in indoor and beach handball, a dynamic player on both facets of the handball scene. You've got to use the size that you have and the abilities that you have at this level of handball. The smallest of nuances are going to make the difference. So you have to utilize what's in your relative bag. You got to sometimes reach deep into the bag like you're looking for that last French fry. But eventually, if you get down into the bottom of your bag, you're going to find some good things.
LA's got it right here in the center. New York defense strong. Oh, wow. No foul called, and New York will take it back down the court. Again, free arm right there on that last shot attempt, and the referee's going to say play on, and New York will bring it back down the floor.
LA does a good job wrapping up.
Favorite potato, Miles?
Favorite potato? That's a great question. I wasn't ready. Whatever potato that McDonald's uses to make their fries never die, I think is probably my favorite. You could find a McDonald's French fry 10 years from now in the backseat of your car, and it's going to look like it just came off of the line.
LA will repossess the ball through the goalie and walk it back down the court. Still tied up here at 5-5.
I could probably argue that my favorite potato is not even a potato, and that's a good old sweet potato.
Well, that's definitely a potato.
Yams. Or ube, if you're of the Filipino persuasion and culture.
Look out.
Great movement, great shot from the left wing, great dynamic movement from LA, just using their size and technique to get a great shot opportunity off of that right wing. Good movement, great shot.
New York will bring it back down the court. Now they're down by one, and we're going to see what type of offense they get going in the half court. A little bit of pushing in the middle between the circle and the two defender. Backcourt players got it reset. Kling has it in the middle. He's looking for action. He gets it to the pivot, and the pivot gets ridden almost all the way down the ground, dialing all over him on defense. Everybody's happy, and they're slapping hands. They'll get back going again. Kling has it in the middle. He'll send it right and stay right. Nice shot. It goes off the post, back to the pivot player, and then into the back of the net. Nice finish right there by the pivot player off of the rebound.
It's great hustle to get to that 50-50. Again, the defense has to find ways to get their goalkeepers back. If he can make a save or force a shot to the post, you've got to get that rebound. You've got to secure that possession. Otherwise, it's going to turn into something like that. Outstanding putback for a goal for Nyack.
Niels Jacob Thing, the pivot player for Nyack with that last goal. He's right there in the middle of the defense right there for Nyack. He has his hands up high, and he's able to force that shot down low. It's received by the goalie and thrown out. Nyack has it in the corner, trying to reset. They'll take their time as their players all make their way back down into the offensive side of the floor.
Great job tracking that ball down. It looked like it had an eye for out of bounds, but looked like that was Sorensen who tracked that ball down. That was intended for him. He was able to get it back, give Nyack an offensive opportunity.
Here comes Thing on the cross. He'll send it right to the back. Kling now in the middle in the center back. Good defense by LA. They'll reset. Mark Miller in the right back position, number 11 right here for Nyack. He'll work with Kling in the backcourt, send it back to Kling. And a big shot from the left side goes over the goal, and it'll stay with LA now.
Very powerful shot there. Again, that shot comes on a line into the keeper. It's going to take a little bit more than that, maybe mixing in some bounce shots or off speed, something to kind of give the goalie a different look, because some of those shots they'll get to on that line and punch it out, as we just saw.
LA now gets it back going here in the middle. Push in the back is not called, and it'll be a New York Athletic Club bringing it back.
Wow.
That was Lewis Howes, the now president of the LA Team Handball Club, on that last attack for LA.
Great shot by Sorensen there. Sorensen has shown his ability to change the game in some of the other preliminary or other pool play here in this first leg. We'll see if LA can adjust to that. Their size is great, but the quickness and skill of Nyack is really started to kind of take shape. Again, 7-6 early. We'll see how this plays out and which team can really put any kind of distance between the other. I anticipate that, it's going to be a close game throughout, but if either team finds any kind of separation or distance from the other team, these teams are both good enough to, kind of lean on that. We'll see what the referees are discussing here as a result of that last play.
I believe I saw a 2-minute signal against LA.
Looked like Sorensen was asking for that 2-minute after he took his shot for sure.
Can we count LA players?
I see 6.
Yep, 6 on the floor is what I got as well. It's all even. All right, LA in. We'll see what happens here.
All right, LA will get it restarted right here. Donlin in the middle at the pivot position. Jan Viktorov in the center back position. He's got number 8 on his left. And now Viktorov, whoa.
Looks like
goes
an offensive
crashing
foul.
in. It's not going to be a penalty.
Penalty
as
shot.
The defender was standing inside of 6 meters. He looked to have great position as far as how much his feet were set. The problem is that his feet were set inside of 6 meters. And if not inside of 6 meters, it looks like, as I just got to see the replay, he was still moving underneath the attacker as the attacker was in air. So he really did take his legs out from under him. That was a
That's a
good
great
call.
that's a great call, and it looked like from my perspective it was going to be a charge, but as you said, inside the 6 meters, it's going to give the LA team a penalty shot. Small things of discipline at this point are going to start to make a difference. So Nyack is going to have to kind of correct that, get themselves in better defensive position early. Great
Nice
save
save.
there.
Nice save right there for NYAC. Nyack with a big goalie save. And they'll be able to come down slowly and get things set.
We haven't seen a bunch of saves in our penalty situations, as to be expected. Again, you anticipate about a 90% finishing rate of success for anybody taking a penalty shot. So that rare occasion that a keeper makes a save can make a big and substantial boost for their side.
No foul on the right side.
Miller
As
attacking got caught, kind of lost in space there, as LA brings the ball back up the court.
again, that was Mark Miller on the right back position. That just kind of lost his feet, his footing, and his purpose as he turned the ball over back to LA. LA will bring it back up the court now. Still down by 1 goal.
Little bit of extended pressure by the Nyack defensive side. Not a lot of pressure, but a little bit of pressure coming off of that second defender, trying to cheat out, make sure that the Los Angeles right back and left back aren't going to get too much momentum coming in towards that 9 meter line.
The official comes in and says that there was a push in the back. Mark Miller says, not me. However, it's going to stay with LA right here, and they're going to get it restarted on offense.
LA moving the ball pretty simply around, not really creating a bunch of offenses. Now they're getting into a little bit more dynamic of an offensive movement here. Sorensen once again jumping the route with the user pick.
And another nice kick save for the
Uh,
Nyack goalie as he pounds his chest, excited about what he's able to do to keep his team in the lead right here. A stone wall for Nyack as LA is trying to get that tying goal in. Nyack will bring it back down. Ethan Pickett is in for Nyack. He's at the center back position as he throws the ball right to Mark Miller and then back left to Kling. Nikolai takes the ball in the center from Pickett. He throws it
hard
off
off
the
the
post.
hard off the post. Unfortunate ending for that shot. Great shot, great location. A little bit too accurate as he rings the post.
LA now with the ball here on the left side of the floor.
Turns it over, giving the ball back to Nyack. Got to be a little bit more clean, especially at this level. As you alluded to, Scott, you know, Los Angeles and New York have established themselves by record as the best teams, but Chicago is right there at the cusp. And when you're playing against, any of these top three teams, you have to be on your best offensively and defensively. Nobody's going to play a perfect game, but you all collectively have to stay focused for the entirety of the game. Otherwise, you're going to see these teams take advantage of some of the smallest things, and the smallest things will lead to the big differences eventually.
Yeah, and it'll really come down to matchups and how these teams really match up with each other as the National Cup carries on throughout the season.
Great shot, great placement.
Nice shot right there for Nyack. LA will bring it back down after the Nyack goal. Down 2 now.
Again, Nyack demonstrating their skill. LA has a lot of size, but I've seen a lot of the LA players, even though they're getting, out to the 9 meters, they're not getting their hands up. You have to get out to the 9 meter, meet the other players, the attacking players at the 9 meters, but you got to get your hands up. And again, you got to use what's in your bag. If your arms are long, get your hands up, make it a tough shot for those backcourt players. Otherwise, you're going to keep taking it out of the net and have to throw it back in from half court after they've scored.
Just under 3.5 to go here in the first half. LA forces it into Donlin at the pivot position, but the player is on his back, and the referees are going to award a 7-meter penalty right here.
Clear scoring opportunity that Drew Dunlin had, but a little bit too physical and out of legal defending position. Tyree steps to the line for LA to finish off this 7 meter shot.
And he does bounce it right past the Nyack goalie. Nyack goalie had been really hot coming into that penalty, but they were able to get it past him right here. That's, I believe, Aaron Lip in the goal
Lippert.
for Aaron Lippert. He says he prefers to go by
Lip.
Lip.
Yeah, oh, lip. Damn it.
Lip making his presence felt in the Michael Lipoff tournament this weekend. Timeout on the floor right here called by Nyack, I believe.
Yep. Nyack takes a timeout, trying to, kind of sustain a little bit of the momentum that they have, but also, looking to organize themselves in their best possible fashion, maybe show LA a different look coming out of this timeout so that they can organize a goal. It's going to be interesting to see how Nyack, going into this last few minutes of our first half, we'll see what they do as far as any change in offensive or defensive tactics. I think it's possible that they're trying to change up some of their defensive tactics to counter some of the size that LA has on the pivot position and in the backcourt. Drew Donlin is getting good position down there, so they're going to have to do something to take away his ability, as well as the ability of the backcourt to get the ball into him.
And New York will get it reset right here. Mark Miller has the ball on the right side. On his right, he's got Johansson. At the center position is still Ethan Pickett. Kling over on the left side. Niels Jacob Thing at the pivot position. Not quite sure who's over on the left wing, but Thing will come up and circle around. And Kling will come right back behind him trying to find the space and throws it right into the goalie's knees. And LA team handball will bring it back down the floor.
It's a tough shot going down the right side as a right-hander falling to your right and then shooting to the near post on the right. Turns into an LA goal on the other end.
Nice shot for LA right there. Able to finally tie the game up here now 8-8. And now extending the defense a little bit here. A little soft 5-1 action. The one defender trying to just deter that action. He's going to have to drop back if he's not going to play out high. He's going to have to get back low and help his defense out.
That's right. Go ahead, Scott.
He's going to have to put hands on the ball or on a man. He's going to have to stop somebody.
That's right. It looked like he's, really trying to take away some of the dynamic that Kling brings from the center back position. Kling and Pickett back there creating a lot for other players. Kling with a nice sidearm shot heading to the goal. Looks like he takes a bit of a knock as he finishes that playoff, getting a hand from the official to get back to his feet. Great shot there. Now he and the keeper having a bit of a discussion, probably about who to start in the 405 wave of fantasy games this evening.
Who do you got starting?
All the wrong people. That's all you need to know.
Let's stay home, Knox. Let's stay home.
LA will look to carry us home in the first half right here. Coming up on the 1 minute mark as LA sends the ball left to right and a turnover as the pivot causes a blocking foul in the middle of the LA offense. And now Nyack will bring the ball down with exactly 60 seconds remaining.
9-8 is our score here. Nyack is looking to finish this half, probably salt away as much of the clock as possible, taking a shot as deep into the game clock as possible to not only score, but prevent LA from getting a full countering attack. If LA does get the ball back, it should be with, anywhere between 10 to 20 seconds and not a full opportunity to swing the ball back and forth. We would have to see Nyack kind of fall into a good defensive position. LA is really going to have to make a good defensive stand here to keep it at a 1-goal game.
Stoppage of play on the floor as the officials get a few things sorted out. Nyack will bring it back down. That's 25. Sigurd Leith Kling bringing the ball down. He's got a brother, if not cousin, Kling on his left side now. And they switch positions. Ball come up from the left wing to back to center coming up. Kling's got it. He sends it to Miller on the right side.
Potential stalling, and now the stall warning is on for passive play against Nyack. Good
Nice
shot,
shot.
though. Trailing to his right, shooting back to his low left on a bounce shot. Not a lot of time left for LA to put forth a counter opportunity. We'll see what LA can do as we come down to the final stretches of this first half.
Siegert Kling with a nice shot right there for Nyack, and now LA's got it on the attacking side. They've got a shot deflected off the end line by the goalie, it seems, or perhaps maybe a 7 meter. Oh, excuse me, that was the end of the first half. Ooh, things are moving so fast. We don't have our the clock in the center of your view. You kind of lose track of things right there. But yeah, that is the end of the first half right there, as Nyack is able to get the save to prevent any more scoring. It is 10-8 now with Nyack in the lead up against LA. It has been as exciting as I expected it to be so far. I do not believe that that 2 goal deficit is going to be too much for LA to at least make sure that this game is going to stay close in the second half. I know it says West Point versus Cal Heat, but
Hang
do
on.
I
I'm
do
working on it.
guarantee you, I do guarantee you
I'm
that
working
it
on it.
is Nyack in the lead, 10 versus their LA rivals here. So 10-8, getting a lot of action. One yellow card given out. Um, I don't believe any 2-minute penalties were given out in the first half. So
Correct.
relatively clean play in the first half, Miles.
Yeah, the officials look like are willing to let these two great teams go at it. Not really stepping in, only really to establish some bits of control. It will be interesting coming out in the second half. Nyack will begin with possession. We'll see if they can begin the second half with a goal and extend this lead to three. LA is going to have to find a little bit more scoring and balance from their wings in order to, kind of apply pressure across the board to the Nyack defensive line. But at the end of it, like you said, a fairly clean half, very good tactics and skill from both teams. We'll just see what happens and who can come up with the proverbial last laugh as this second half will begin in about 6 minutes.
All right, you guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Nyack versus LA Team Handball Club in just a few moments.
Jeff Disher, Miles Bacon, Anthony Scott Knox with you from Mokina, Illinois. Nyack with a 10-8 lead over LA. As we bring Mr. Bacon back into things. Miles, what did you think of that first half quick before we get underway?
First half was a lot of fun. Again, it's almost like a prize fight in boxing where we saw early on the two teams had to kind of measure out the balance of what the other was going to bring to them. Took a little bit of time to get into the scoring. 10-8 is relatively low for the scoring of these two top caliber teams, but it was a good bit of skill from Nyack versus the size, athleticism, and strength of the LA side.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what LA is able to put together here in the second half. I do believe that is going to continue to be a close contest. However, at the same time, I couldn't tell you who's going to have the upper hand at the end. 2 goals really is not too much to begin a second half of the lead. But we'll see what New York is able to do coming out of this timeout and the halftime. Starters look to be back on the floor for LA for New York. On the left side of the court, there on the left wing, you got number 4, Mustafa Awning. Kling is his left back. The other brother Kling at center back on the right side. Couldn't quite see his number. I know we got Sorensen in the right wing, and Mark Miller is still at the right back. Thing at circle, he's set up right in between the 3 defenders of LA, and New York will get it going right here with the first attack in the middle of the floor. Now back to the left. Kling has in the middle, Mark Miller on the right, tries to get it into the pivot position, and it is turned over to the LA goalie. That's Gabe Gaudreau now in the goal for LA.
LA coming out here on offense, moving the ball around, trying to establish Drew Donlin here on the right side, but the Nyack team able to kind of bunch up. LA sends it across the left and punches it into the bottom right of the corner of the net, getting a goal, getting back into a solid scoring opportunity. Now we see Nyack with a nice counterattack, putting another goal back on the board. Folks, it's going to go back and forth going forward in this second half.
LA now with it on the left-hand side. And a goal right there. Nice diving shot by Drew Donlin.
Great setup. Again, great job of Donlin establishing position, getting himself into a great scoring position, and utilizing his skill to place it in the back of the net.
New York slowly getting things back going right here. Score is 11-10 now, with Nyack in the lead.
Nyack holding on to that slim lead. Again, we're not going to see these teams get too much separation. It looked like Nyack was going to be able to kind of extend to a 3-goal lead, but we've only seen a 2-goal differential. As we see now, that 2-goal differential back in place as Nyack buries a shot into the upper left 90.
Sigurd Kling hanging shot and score for Nyack. And now Nyack is back on defense. LA will look to get it going again. On the right side, we've got number 7 here in the right back position, Ty Reed.
Yeah, nice hezzy shot by Kling. Now we see LA on the counterattack and putting in a nice goal. Again, the size of LA able to rain down shots from the backcourt. We'll see if Nyack can make adjustments defensively to counter those tall backcourt shooters and their ability to find their range for the goal.
Nyack with the ball now. Kling brothers on the left side and center. They'll cross with each other and circle. Center becomes left, left becomes center. Nikolai has it in the middle this time and skip pass deep into the right wing and kick save by Gabe Gaudreau, kicked out.
Chewed up by Gabe. Great job being aggressive on that. Looked like a skip pass was going to turn into a goal. They had caught it, kind of lulled the LA team to sleep a little bit in finding that right wing. But Gabe Gaudreau ready to step out, make a great save again, an aggressive save, countering that right wing attack.
LA now with the ball in the half court. They're sending their left wing all the way running through. Two pivots now. And nice shot from the right wing by number 4, Arslan Fekarin.
Great shot laying out. Again, diving forward, running with a lot of speed is going to open that goal mouth. And he was able to not only place his shot well, but really take a nice dive out into the 6 meters, get that shot off before he hit the ground. Great placement, great shot, great setup by Tyree.
Another skip to the right wing, but they'll keep it going. Nikolai sends it left to Siegert. And another save by Gaudreau as Nikolai's low shot is held out down low by Gaudreau.
Gabe not fooled by the sidearm shot. Sometimes those low shots can be a little bit tough for goalies. But Gabe did a really good job of getting to the ground, covering that shot, covering that space, protecting his 5 hole, and getting that save for the LA side.
LA resets it now with Jan Viktorov back at the center back position. He sends it right to Reed. And again, Fekarin runs in as a second pivot. Nice
Great
block.
Nice job by New York. Again, we talked about just not long ago. They're going to have to be aggressive against these taller shooters from LA. Good job in getting the block. Great rebound here by LA to maintain possession.
Aaron Lippert maintaining great, excellent position inside of the goal for Nyack right here. LA unable to get a goal in. They've gotten a couple of shots, but everything's either been defended out by defenders or even the post here. And then finally, a shot breaks through and Lippert catches it, but the foul's awarded. Donlin will throw it back in for LA. Ty Reed has it again. He gets a dribble. He wants to work with Donlin. He's able to get it to him, but he's wrapped up quickly, and it'll be another foul given by Nyack, and LA will restart. Ty Reed and Drew Donlin both have their hands up in the air, and Donlin almost has his shirt lifted up over his head as he's definitely been getting contacted down low.
That's right. You're going to see that a lot of times, especially with Stickum. Defenders are going to have their hands all over that pivot position, and that is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to maintain contact with that pivot or circle runner. Uh, every now and then, you're going to have a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. Looks like LA is getting a little bit frustrated with the amount of contact and physicality that Nyack is bringing to them. But that's a part of the game. They've got to adjust and move forward as we're in a 12-12 tie currently.
There's something about that 12-12 tie position. Any type of tie in the second half, you always see this type of action start to take place between teams because both teams are knowing that they can win the game. So any extra intensity that they can use to fuel their victory, they're going to start to use it as soon as they can in the game. As LA turns the ball over, New York Athletic Club brings it back down on the breakaway and scores it on the right side. That's Johansson again. He does not have the fastest looking stride, but whenever he gets the ball moving on the outside, he is always able to get a nice targeted and positioned shot on goal.
Yeah, Jonathan Sorensen is an outstanding shooter, and he did a good job with the deceptive shot. Sometimes, again, taking a quick shot. Sometimes you can look off the goalie by kind of showing that you're going to give a hard shot and then kind of changing up into a slider or a little bit more of a fluff shot. Ended up dropping Gaudreau to the ground. He was able to sneak it over top of him for the goal.
And a foul will be awarded on the left-hand side of the floor. LA will get things reset.
Something interesting to see from that last possession. New York was able to get out in numbers and create odd man rushes against that LA team, able to find the open man. LA is going to have to find ways to hustle back and kind of counter those numbers to be able to get a foul or get a deflection to take away those scoring opportunities.
And back on the floor now for LA, number 10, Lewis Howes, the president, in the pivot position now. LA takes the shot and open net right here for LA. Turnover as LA was playing seven offensive players on the floor in that last possession. as Lewis House had run in as a second pivot, and the play ended up in a result. So they were playing with five backcourt players, well, three backcourt, two wings, and two pivots right here for seven players on the court. So now ball security is going to be super important. They cannot give over an easy turnover again because there's nobody in the net on the other side.
That's right. Easy turnovers, simple giveaways, and obviously great goal play can all lead to wide open scoring opportunities from the defensive end for Nyack. So LA is going to have to be careful when they make these plays and get the best shot that they can, so that they can score and then make the transition to get Gaudreau back on the net.
And you see, it's kind of interesting. Normally, you see the near wing to the bench be the player that's running on and off right there. But in that last possession, it seemed like Lewis Howes was being responsible from running from the 6 meter line to the bench in order to get Gaudreau back on the court, which kind of resulted in that first easy goal that we saw. So we'll
Yeah,
see if LA makes an adjustment, if they're going to continue to stick with that 7-man offense, or whether or not they will change up who's running off the court to get Gaudreau back on the field as quickly as possible.
for sure. That near side wing or backcourt player is going to be the one to make that transition off, so the goalie can get on. Once again, we see a skip pass coming across to the right wing and a nice fluff shot into the back of the net. Nyack is really doing well to create that space and again to look for those skip passes, lulling the LA team to sleep a little bit. Those wing defenders are starting to lose their man, and those wings from Nyack are staying home in the deep corner. They're waiting for that pass to come in, and as soon as they get their opportunity, they are punching the clock and pushing that to the back of the net. Nyack out here with a slight advantage as we crawl through this second half.
The
Timeout on the floor called by LA. Go ahead, Jeff.
okay, bit of breaking news that I'm noting in the ticker. The men's championship game will move to court 2, still scheduled and start earlier than the assigned time of 3 p.m. So the men's championship will move to the court 2 YouTube stream. Thus, you'll only get a clean feed of it. No full production on our side. So the women's final coming up between Inter and San Diego will serve as our final game of the day. Eric Finch will join me for that one, but wanted to draw your attention to the note in the ticker.
New York and San Diego in the women's final.
Chicago and
I'm sorry. So
Chicago,
Chicago and
San
San
Diego.
Diego in that
Yep.
women's final. Excuse me. San Diego defeated New York in the semifinal earlier. My bad on making that mistake. Good luck to both of those teams. I guess my tax interests have me rooting for San Diego in that one, as well as knowing some of the San Diego team handball players. That said, LA back in looks. We'll look to see what LA can do if they stick. They're sticking with this 7-man offense, getting a goal here. Now they've got to make their substitution, get the keeper back on. It's going to be a tough crawl for LA to kind of make that transition. Nyack is really going to have to buckle in on defense to kind of clamp down some of the spacing defensively and account for both pivots and 5 other court players.
It looks like LA has two people running off on defense. They do have a wing player that's also running out to help Gaudreau get back on the floor quickly, but it's a lot of substitution happening. What it says to me is that LA is starting to get desperate for scores, as the passive play warning has been put up by the officials here, and New York will turn it over on the sideline. So yeah, I feel like the that LA is kind of like tipping the cap to New York and saying, we've been struggling to score today. Again, as you mentioned earlier, it has been a relatively low scoring game, and that in order to not only take the lead but hold New York off, LA is willing to completely remove their goalie off the floor just to give them a couple of extra opportunities here on the offensive side.
That's right. And it's an interesting strategy to put forward at this point, given the fact that LA is talented enough and big enough, but making turnovers like that are not going to help their cause, as we see Sorensen glide in for the easy open net fast break goal.
So what I just saw in that last seven-man offense was nothing organized, essentially. They were moving left or right, trying to create some advantages with the extra player that they have on the floor, but there was nothing organized, which resulted in the turnover in the end. And even though they do have an extra man on the court, as you see New York get another foul, does not seem to be opening up too many opportunities.
That's right. It's like the dynamic of what they're doing. The LA players, the backcourt players, are going to have to move a little bit further away, a little bit wider in order to create more gaps. Otherwise, they're going to have problems. We see right there a little bit more wide movement right there. Tyree was able to get himself into scoring position. Gabe Goudreau gets himself back on the court somehow and makes a tip save off of the post, keeping LA right within striking distance of this Nyack club.
So in that last possession, you saw Ty Reed have Donlin and Howe switch. So I actually like the combination of Reed and Donlin a little bit better right here as far as being able to navigate the space between this two-man game.
Nyack's got to be careful bunching up too much inside the middle, maybe allowing things to open up on the outside.
Ball thrown outside by LA right there, and then New York will bring it back up. New York, in my opinion, still doesn't necessarily need to rush. Still up by 2 goals right here
If I'm
with about
LA, I'm sorry, Scott. If I'm LA, I want to kind of push a little bit more to exploit the wings on the outside. Looks like they're making a lot of their attacks on the inside, which is fine. But if I'm Nyack, I'm adjusting to that easily. Again, the purpose of bringing an extra man is to spread the court to places that the defense can't cover. And if you're only going to be attacking in the middle, the defense is going to scrunch in and force you to make that pass. And if you don't make that pass, they're going to continue to get contested shots and stops, as we've seen here more times than not.
New York with the ball in the middle of the floor. Thing was held right there. So it looks like it's going to stay with New York as Niels Jacob Thing tossed the ball back in. Omar Ali with the ball center back position right here for Nyack. He's looking for help. He's got Siegert on the left side, but it's going to be a turnover. I don't know if that was the right spot of the foul, but they're going to run it anyway, and LA gets the goal in the fast break.
Great counter by LA right there. Good job exploiting an opportunity. It was Arslan Fekerdine who was able to get himself into scoring position, make a little bit of a Euro step, and get himself more toward the middle of the goal to bury it into the back of the net.
And just like that, it is a 1 goal game. And now New York Athletic Club will take a timeout to make sure that they have everything that they need talked out before coming back on the floor. Again, it'll be another important possession coming up as we approach the halfway point here in the second half. New York's going to look to get a good goal right here on the offensive side, but I am just based off of the novelty of it, because although it's something that you see more often in international play, you don't see a whole lot of 7-on-6 here in U.S. play as far as the club level is concerned. So of course we've got some international players on the LA team that can kind of bring some of that mindset and competition to their offensive tactics. But how do you think is the best way to attack when using a 2 pivot 7-man offense?
Well, again, I think first things first, you've got to spread the court. You've got to make the defense either the right or left wing out of this LA offense. So you've got to kind of swing the ball. Obviously, you've got to create pressure on the interior as LA has done. But once that defense has collapsed on the inside, they know they're going to have to respect Donlin and Howes on the inside. Once they collapse in, that's when you kind of start to skip pass. You don't have to make every pass to every backcourt player. You can use skip passes either directly to the wing or through the opposite backcourt player to kind of move the ball quickly and catch the defense out of position. Otherwise, you're playing almost into the defense's hands by kind of making slow progressions throughout the offense.
Siegert Kling with the ball on the left side. He sends it all the way across the court to his brother cousin, Nikolai Kling, and he throws it off the back wall. And Gabe Gaudreau will just wait for the boys to throw it back to him so he can inbound the ball from inside 6 meters. He'll sprint off, and again, we'll see Lewis Howes more than likely come into the second pivot position. He'll set up on the left side of the court. And on this right side, we've got Drew Donlin at the pivot position. Still trying to use the extra space.
Looked like Zach Zakurian. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's the tough. That's the give and take of pulling your goalkeeper get an opportunity like that to hit an open net, Nyack is really doing a pretty good job of not only stifling the LA seven-man attack, but also doing a good job of getting back and creating, counter pressure and utilizing that empty net when possible as the goalkeeper is off the court.
It seems to me that the game is a little bit too close to be playing these type of tactics right here.
Yeah,
Great point.
sometimes Scott, I could see a team utilizing a seven-man offense if they're down by a significant portion, as you alluded to before, if they are just absolutely stagnant, or even if the other team, let's say if Nyack had gotten themselves into a 2-minute penalty, playing 7 versus 5 creates an almost instant offense. A greater advantage than just a simple 6v5. But yeah, it's a little bit early, it seems, but it seems to be working okay for LA so far as they keep this as a one-goal game. We'll see how these tactics kind of play themselves out. And who knows, maybe they're kind of throwing this out to see what Nyack does so that they can utilize this as they go through the second and third stages of this National Cup.
Again, it is a marathon, not a sprint. This is just the first of 3 legs this weekend here at the Michael Lipoff Memorial Cup and the National Cup. So it's kind of like a cup within a cup, stacking cups,
It's
Russian
Um,
like
cups.
Russian dolls, right?
I How about a multi-stage endurance auto race within
All
a
right.
race?
Great
It is
slip into the pivot there. That was a nice pass in, good no look pass that finishes in the back of the net for Nyack.
LA still using the 7-man offense and getting a goal out of it. Now you'll see Nyack try to bring the ball up quickly. They're unable to do it, unable to rush Gaudreau back into the goal, and they'll take their time here as there is some debris perhaps on the ball.
Interesting shot there that scored for Los Angeles. Not a rocket shot, not a super fast shot. Sometimes that changeup affects the goalkeeper and it kind of takes him off of the line that he had established in his mind about where the ball was going to be at the time that he made the attack.
Nikolai Kling with the ball on the right side. He tried to force it into Thing, unable to get the ball there. Referee signaling for a timeout, maybe a cleanup here on the floor. Still no 2-minute penalties in this match, I believe. Is that, do you guys agree with that? Do you remember any two
I
minutes?
I think
I
you're right.
I I recall that being correct.
Yeah, the officials look like they're plenty willing to let these two teams go at it and not really, stop the game up too much for, you know, calling penalties and such. Um, it is interesting because there is a lot of physicality, and the thing that is a little bit of a kind of caveat for these officials, this game, as long as it stays close and contentious, it's probably going to get a little bit more heated. And so there might be a little bit of bad blood. They're going to have to come out of pocket with some 2-minute warnings or 2-minute suspensions if things do get heated and some more severe fouls come as players are out of position or otherwise, you know, feeling their heat. As we see a great shot from the wing from Nyack.
Nice goal for Nyack, extending the lead right here. LA back at it on offense with their now completely adopted 7-man offense. It is not just going to be a ploy or a decoy. It is going to be what they look like, and they turn it over and another goal on the empty net. Again, this is the problem for me when if you're going to choose to use this tactic is, do you have something truly planned, or is it just going to be kind of like a one-on-one type of action that can result in those type of goals?
And the thing too, Scott, to kind of, piggyback on your point, they're kind of searching through the different positions, not really looking to skip the ball much. And it looks like Nyack is picking up on that as we've seen them, intercept a couple different passes, kind of going station to station, position to position on the LA side. LA is going to have to switch things up, maybe kind of look to one adjacent position and skip it to the other, maybe causing Nyack to kind of sell for an interception that isn't there, bringing a man off of that line, now truly creating a 7 versus 5 opportunity. So we'll see if LA makes the adjustment because Nyack right now seems to be fairly comfortable playing against this 7 versus 6 look.
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty happy to see it at this point because they've gotten, I would say that they've gotten more goals off of LA seven-man offense than LA has gotten off of their seven-man offense.
That's a very good point. At the end of it, if you change your tactics this dramatically, if you're LA, you're looking to really take advantage and create opportunities in situations. As we see a corner awarded to the LA side, you're really trying to create within short chunks of the game significant improvement in your stance. And it looked like there for a while it was, but now Nyack is really kind of keyed in, taking a 4 goal advantage in this tight contest, looking to really take control as they seem to be undeterred by this 7-man front.
LA taking their time with the ball on the right-hand side again, just attack and dish, attack and dish.
Looks like we may have a
First 2-minute
penalty
penalty.
shot. For certain, a penalty shot awarded to LA.
Not seeing a 2 yet. I think it'll just be a 7. Yes. I'm wrong.
I believe it's Mustafa, perhaps.
We'll do the math here.
They are playing with 5.
So it'll be 7 versus 5 on the offensive side for LA. Nyack will be looking to kind of slow things down, take a little bit of air out of the ball.
No, I apologize. It does seem like LA does still have 6 players out.
Nyack, you mean? Yeah, it looks like they do have 6 on the court. So it'll still be a 7-man play, assumably by the LA side as Nyack turns the ball over.
LA taking their time getting things going. A lot of substitutions over there. Hope and assume that they're all being done legally. One person must be completely off the floor before the next person is on. If there's any missteps there, that will result in a 2-minute penalty. But so far, LA has been able to do all of their substitutions legally today.
Great shot from the wing.
Nice shot from the wing off the post and then in the back of the net for LA. And still trying to keep things close with now a 2-goal deficit.
Again, this is what's important for the LA side. They're going to have to find that balance. They were doing a lot of things through the middle, really using their center back as more of a swing for the ball instead of a true threat to score. So you're going to have to get a little bit more scoring from your wings to create a little bit more of that balance. If you're not going to get that pressure from the center back attacking, you've got to get that pressure from the outside and force the Nyack defense to spread themselves, from side to side. So that you can beat them to the other side with the ball.
Pickett draws the foul for the Nyack offense, and they'll get things reset with Nikolai Kling moving to the right side of the floor now, and Pickett running back on defense as Nyack gets the shot.
That's saucy. Nice little alley-oop, or in handball, they call it a kempa. Really, really, really demonstrates the chemistry that the Nyack team has to be able to lob that ball into space and that wing to come meet it in the air and finish it with a luscious finish off of a tasty pass.
Steal right here by Nyack. They took their that's how much time they have, that they got the ball, were fouled, threw the ball in, and still were able to get the ball thrown into the empty net on the other side. Regardless of how well the offense is working out here with the 7-man front, the substitutions, although legal, have certainly not been very efficient to get Gaudreau back into the goal.
For sure, and that's something that LA, again, maybe is just trying to figure out at this point, seeing what they can do, how well they can manage this 7-man thing. But for right now, it looks like Nyack is plenty content with LA playing 7-man as long as they continue to get the open net looks on the other side.
The lefty Ty Reed with the goal right there for LA coming up the right wing.
Ty Reed, a member of our U.S. national team for many years, an outstanding athlete, really solid scorer, Great conditioning, and nearly elite athleticism on the American sports pedigree. Does a great job creating as well as finishing for his teammates.
And when faced with the options of Booth or Ball, he chose Ball this weekend. There was a moment when we thought he might actually be joining us in the booth, but in the end, he did choose Ball
Ooh.
as Siegert Kling has a nice jump man like jump shot and goal for Nyack.
Secret Kling with the two-man, look like a plyometric jump, springs straight up in the air, fires to the opposite side. LA looks like they're going to have to talk about it, taking a timeout, because Nyack is really starting to take true control of this contest.
Yeah, Nyack again has the difference. Not to oversimplify the difference in the game, but truly the difference in the game might really be two or three of those empty net goals. I mean, I don't think that we're going to have a solid stat on that, but it's at least been three times that Nyack has gotten an empty uh, goal this afternoon. Are we afternoon anywhere in America now? Yeah, I think we are
Yes,
now.
we're
Correct.
plenty in the afternoon at this point. But to kind of speak to what you're talking about, Scott, I think that's a very astute point. I mean, you've seen not only um, you know empty net goals coming from kind of quick saves and counter opportunities, but also from simple turnovers. Turnovers of any sort in that situation are going to have the door wide open, and you'd much rather have a controlled turnover. That is a turnover where maybe the ball goes out of bounds, off of the sideline, or even off of a save that gets deflected away from the keeper. But anything that can be controlled and scooped up by Nyack, they're taking complete advantage of. And yes, I would say that for what it's worth, what we've seen so far, that has been pretty much the difference here in this 4 goal contest.
Well, their tactics do not seem to be deterred at all right now. LA is back out on the court with 7 men on offense. They're going to have some space over here. Ty Reed is begging for it in the corner. He's got a lot of space. We'll see if 22 is able to draw that last defender. He does, and is able to get a nice goal.
Great job there to kind of sell the high shot and then do a nice little spin shot low. It's a tough skill once you see that the goalie is really biting on your shooting opportunities by jumping in the air, to be able to make that transition, pump fake high, drop it low. Uh, that's an outstanding job to kind of see the tendencies of the goalkeeper and use them against him.
I thought that was the best use of space in the 7 man offense by LA that we've seen so far, as they give up a goal right away, and then
Again, if
LA will sprint it back up.
LA, if they could use another defender out there, because Nyack is just finding so much space. They're doing a great job. Nyack is of creating space, creating pressure, um, and getting opportunities to put the ball in the back of the net.
So ball shot right there, but I do think that it should have originally been awarded to LA. Trying to get things figured out right here.
I think what happened, the pass looked like it was kind of bobbled a bit by the LA wing. The ball might have gone over the goal line, which resulted in a goal throw that we're seeing here. Looked like maybe a too quick of a restart out of position, or at least outside of the goal area by the LA team, or sorry, by the Nyack team.
About
Right
five and a half
situation,
minutes to go now.
right situation, wrong coast, Miles.
Shade, well,
Siegert with the ball, and he
whew.
gets another goal and runs back with his arms spread out wide, saying, "Look at me. I got that goal." LA brings it back now. Again, they'll more than likely bring their 7 man offense back up as Ty Reed sets it up in the right wing for LA. I think that that's probably their best option right here. Oh, a lot of space right there. Donlin finds it, and he scores it. That's been a big part of their success, was moving Donlin over to the right. Not only is that kind of paired up some of the stronger offensive players together, it allows for House to get out of the game a little bit faster because now he's closer to the sideline.
We see some man-to-man marking happening in the backcourt. They're taking the Klings out of the backcourt equation for Nyack. We'll see what Nyack does after they take this timeout, as LA has changed their tactics up quite a bit. The dynamic Klings are out here doing a lot of things, not to be confused with static Kling. These guys are fully on it. They have been the difference, creating offense for themselves and for their teammates. So LA, in changing their tactics, has decided, hey, we'll take these two out and we'll see if the other four, if our four is better than the remaining four of your team, Nyack. We'll see what Nyack does to kind of counter these tactics. I appreciate, it's 4+ minutes remaining, about 4.5 remaining in this game. Take the opportunities early to figure out what you can do or what the other team can't do. Don't wait until the last minutes. Don't wait until your back's against the wall. It's a 4-goal game with 4.5 minutes remaining. LA is doing what they can to kind of put themselves in position to make the best of their opportunities. So now, if they take these two clings out, we'll see what 4v4 looks like versus these two teams as we continue.
I'll be looking for number 3, Niels Jacob Thing, to get an opportunity right here in the middle of the court, with so much space being left
Ooh,
available with all the backcourt players playing high for LA.
For sure. Omar
surprised that
Ali there.
surprised that wasn't an offensive foul.
It did look like that ball came up high, maybe into the face or neck of the defender, but no foul called, at least not on an offense. As Nyack gets a shot opportunity, good save by Gabe Goudreau, but an offensive rebound allows Nyack to take more time off the clock. No foul called as the shot sails high.
One reason they were able to get that ball is because with not as many defenders on the line, there's nobody there to receive the rebound.
Very
LA
good
now
point.
has it in the half court position. They'll bring it left to right, still with an extra offensive player, and still with no 2-minute penalties being awarded this entire game.
Yeah.
And LA's now starting to say, hey, they're being a little bit too aggressive up around my head and neck area. I'd appreciate a little bit more control from the officials. However, things will carry on as usual. The most intensive penalty that was given all day long, besides just a regular penalty shot, has been a yellow card that was given early on in the first half. But since then, it has been all common fouls awarded, with the exception of a few penalty shots.
Yeah, that's very true. And for what it's worth, it hasn't really yielded in a lot of misconduct by either team. So a pretty clean game defensively by both teams, for the most part, like you said, with the exception of some penalty shots.
Big run up from the left wing for LA.
Again, LA is going to have to get some offensive threat coming from the middle of the court. They're getting obvious threat. Like you had said, Scott, moving Donlin down to the right, having Howes off on the left. They're doing a good job of getting pressure on the outsides, but they're going to have to get something in the inside to kind of get this Nyack team to congeal there in the middle so that they can continue the movement. Otherwise, aside from some slips in, they're going to have some tough sledding going down these last few minutes here.
What does
Right there,
LA
Lewis.
go ahead, Knox?
You go for it, Jeff.
I was going to say, what does LA take from a result like this going forward as we get to Samala Super Cup in December, and then the West Point event at the end of February? I'll open the floor.
I think that coming after this event, they can take home, knowing that they are easily in the top 3 as far as the top 3 teams in this National Cup pool. I think that it's important to note that, not that everybody isn't on their 4th game right now, but everybody is on their 4th game right now. So going into this matchup, everybody's going to be dealing with a lot of different dings and danks and things like that. I would imagine that as these tournaments progress in the different phases, that scheduling will be a little bit different, that we might see these two teams face off earlier in a weekend where they're both at full strength, and we might actually be able to see some different results at that point. Right now, everybody's going through 4 games already, so everybody's going to be a little bit sore at the very best. And I would like to see what these teams look like fresh on day 1, maybe in the first, if not second matchup.
7
Tyree does a
meters.
good job bearing that 7. What I would say, that LA is able to take away, is that they're right there with Nyack, and now they're able to iron out some of the wrinkles of tactics, as far as the small things, the substitution, who to get on and off, so that they can get quickly their goalie back onto the net. what are some of the things that they can do offensively in this 7-man offensive front? Do they create a little bit more dynamic, or do they stay in that kind of static, move the ball from position to position kind of offensive motion? There are a few things that they could take out of that. But also, what they've got to take out is that they've got two great goalies. They're just going to have to give them a little bit more defensive court support against dynamic players like these Klings that we have seen here, as we see uh, a passive call against Nyack that results in a goal by Sorensen.
That was a really important possession for LA. They were down by 2. We are at 1 minute now remaining in the game, and they really needed that last stop. Looking for a goal right here. Whistle called, and it'll be another foul throw in, I believe, as the referees come together to get things figured out.
A little bit of heat in between the defenders. Looks like we've got a 2-minute penalty. Our first 2 minute comes at the waning moments of this contest. Now that we're under a minute, 2 minute against Nyack. Looks like it was against Nikolai Kling, who has to leave the court. So now Nyack is down to 5 men. Oh, an unfortunate miss there by LA. Kind of seals the game now that it's a 3-goal contest under a minute.
You see Omar Ali with his hands up in the air. He's feeling exactly what you just said, that this is pretty much wrapped up now with a 3-goal lead, under a minute to play now for Nyack, and they're running down the court wide open. He gets his shot turned away, so Gabe Gaudreau will pick it up, and he'll run down the floor, and he'll be the 7th man this time for LA. Not a lot of time to get a court player on
Oh,
the court as they turn it over again, and will roll it
ooh.
in to the back of the net, and that is going to be it.
They see me
LA is
rolling.
going to
They
take their
hate me.
time picking it up out of the back of the net. Now they're down by 4,
In that in,
and
in that instance, making a cross the court pass, you've got to make a sharp pass. You can't hang that ball in the air, because Sorensen has demonstrated he's plenty willing to jump out in the first half and here in the second half, jump out into those passing lanes and get those interceptions. And he showed that to close the door on this LA attack.
that'll be it. 28-24. Nyack improves to 4-0 in the first weekend of the USA Team Handball National Cup being held at the Michael Lipoff Memorial Cup. Again, Nyack improves to 4-0. LA now drops to 3-1 to again cause some early separation between the teams in our National Cup pool for USA Team Handball. It was an exciting match. I thought it would be close, and exactly it was. LA was unable to overcome any deficit. I don't believe that they were able to ever get in the lead after the first half. They started the game strong, but Nyack came out and took a lead that stayed around 2 to 4 goals pretty much throughout the contest, even when LA went to 7 men in the second half.
LA did a great job of changing tactics. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the details of their tactics together. Otherwise, we might have seen a little bit different of a result. As it stands, 4 goals was the difference, and like we alluded to before, some of those 4 goals came from some of the simple errors and inability to get substitutions on quickly and efficiently for the LA side. But great job by both teams. Great job by Nyack in getting themselves into the number 1 spot in
Can you hear me?
this long National Cup.
I will say too, great job. I know we have one more matchup coming with the women's final between Chicago Inter and San Diego here in a second. But great job by the two of you for and the three of us for being a skeleton crew. What, 2 days ago or a day ago? You all did a great job steering the ship. So thanks to both of you for steering the ship.
Much obliged, Jeff. Great job keeping control. Outstanding job overall this weekend in production, and it's always a good time to get back with my fellow Tar Heel and West Coast buddy, Mr. Scott Knox.
Let's
Thanks a lot, Miles. And thanks to you as well, Jeff. We appreciate it. It's been fun.
let's get ready for the Lipov Memorial Cup women's final. Uh, Thanks goes out to Anthony Scott Knox and Miles Bacon. Gentlemen, we'll see you down the road. and have a good rest of your weekend.
You as well.
We are ready to bring in Eric Finch.
Hey, what's going on?
Eric Finch, we are at the women's or the appointed time for the women's final uh, between Chicago Inter and San Diego. A bit of news to break to you, as well as you can see in the ticker. The men's championship game or the men's final moves to court 2 and will start in about 25 minutes from now. So this is the last dance for the weekend
Yeah.
as we get Chicago Inter and San Diego to finish it off. What are you thinking we'll see here as I show the lineups on the left side of the screen?
Yeah, gonna be a great game. Yeah, it's been a fast weekend, happened very quickly. So excited to see who steps up and how it finishes.
So we move into position. Final reminder: the Lipov men's final moves to court number 2, and that will come your way in about 25 minutes or so. But go over to the Court 2 stream if you are looking for the men's final. This would be the women. And as we take those two off screen, Chicago will look to wear the blue and San Diego the black by the looks. But I don't think you and I have seen a women's or a women's game together as of yet. So from experience, how are you looking for this game to set up based on what you know about these two teams?
Yeah, I guess I need to familiarize myself with the weekends and who's injured, who's made it through the entire weekend. But no, I think these are obviously two of the best teams in the country. So excited to see. I know Chicago playing on their home turf, a lot more to play for maybe than San Diego coming in, a lot more to defend. But it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top.
As I just finish the particulars that I need to get finished, we will actually show the lineups again to aid us in doing what we do. So let's get that taken care of before we get going. Boom. And we'll do this guy the best we can. Alas, sort of talk about. Gotta make changes there. Talk about your handball experience for those who may not be as familiar with who you are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, great to be here. I was a goalie with Team USA on the men's team for about 6 to 7 years. I played and won a couple Cal Cups with the Houston Firehawks as well as the Open Nationals. And then, really, from there, I've actually transitioned more recently as an assistant coach for the wheelchair handball team. So last September in Egypt, we actually won the silver medal in the World Championships. Was an incredible time, and we went to France this summer and also won the bronze medal in the European Championships. So we've got a lot ahead of us. Handball has been an awesome thing to be a part of, and yeah, if any of you are unfamiliar with the wheelchair side as well, truly getting some exceptional results. Like I mentioned, silver medal on the world stage already, and going into next year, we're gunning for the gold. So yeah, that's a bit about me, and it's great to be back and help support the Lipov tournament.
Good to have you. And as we get the Lipov or the women's final here at the Lipov Cup going shortly, as it appears we had more warm up time than I had even thought. Let's actually take a short time out while we finish getting the pieces together, and we'll have handball on the other side. I think I've got I All right. Jeff Disher, Eric Finch back with you as we get ready for the final game of the Lipov Memorial Cup that we will see, at least, as the men's final will start momentarily over on court 2. That bit of news breaking about an hour or so ago, as that change was made in Chicago. So can't say we didn't tell you. And as we get going, players to watch for me for Chicago Inter would be Irina Nedeljkovic, as well as Natalia Achim at the back. But also for San Diego, Conti is one that stands out, as well as Camilla Sorensen. However, there is one more that I do need to mention, and she had asked for this. Emma Loftblad, the handball nomad, who plays wherever she can, playing for San Diego this weekend. And we tried to even get her to use a microphone. However, that went up in smoke right quick as the captains meet. Or no, they are doing a full lineup presentation by the looks of it in this final. Champions League-esque as the two teams meet at center. We did not have in the USATH National Cup game that we just saw. There were no 2-minute suspensions until the last minute of that match. But a very clean game to end the first leg of the National Cup games that will extend into Samala in December and the West Point event in late February. Did you ever play in Samala in the Denver
I
event,
don't believe I
Eric?
did. No.
I know Minnesota will be making its way out there as one of the regular Samala Super Cup teams in that event in December. We'll have it on YouTube when that time comes. And we'll see what happens here with the first possession, as we're running just a touch behind, or actually a touch behind due to the shuffle. Let's see if I can't get earlier results on the women's side. San Diego playing yesterday and beating Houston 24-11, and San Diego also tying with Chicago Inter as we're underway in the first half. San Diego with the first possession. So San Diego enters the game with a win and a tie in group play, as we are well underway. Early body contact for San Diego, allowing for the extended possession. And if you're looking at this from an outside perspective, as San Diego scores the first goal of the game, if you're looking at this game from an outside perspective, what's important to you that we would need to or that we would need to focus on?
Yeah, I mean, early on, I think it's slowing the game down. Depending on your play style, especially, I think it's just avoiding getting down, 3 or 4 goals right out of the gate. So, whether it's putting the pressure on, as it looks like a nice save, or the shot may have just gone wide there. Really controlling everything, trying to avoid the early blunders, and even if early on things are just kind of steady state, that's better than kind of making 4 quick turnovers, fast break goals, and then all of a sudden you got a mountain to climb the entire game.
Apparently, it was a 30-minute, or it is a 30-minute final. So I'll reset things
We'll get that clock updated.
on
Looks like
this end. Yeah, it'll come back in a moment. Haven't missed a goal.
a kicked ball there. Some turnover off the foot, breakaway, and a goal.
Now we're in business. 1-0 San Diego, as Chicago looking to answer. That is Guerin going inside, taking a tumble. Would be Ira Rakoy, as Chicago maintains possession, extending it. This comes over to Guerin. Guerin inside, 1 into 2 doesn't go. I don't know what math or what level of math is being taught in the gym in Mokina, but typically 1 into 2 doesn't go. Chicago still with the possession. Great save by San Diego's goaltender, allowing for the possession to continue. As we are in the early stages of the first half, Chicago with the ball. Guerin went down on the way to the shot, and it did not go, allowing San Diego the early possession on the recoil. Ball out of play, still San Diego's ball. As this one is brought up by Ruiz, I believe she switched jerseys on us yesterday, wearing 23 instead of 22. That's what I'll go with anyway. Rosa nearly tackled off the ball, shot and out and off the outside of the net, allowing Chicago to take hold. Achim delivers that one on, gets Guerin. Guerin wrapped up. We'll hang here as the possession continues. In the first 5 minutes. Quick shot, nice, or even better leg save. Can't quite call that a kick save for San Diego. But possession will be an important key. And I don't see these two teams getting overly physical here in the early going. That might change as we go later down the line. But Rakoy lost possession for Chicago, as it is still 1-0 San Diego. Brought ahead by Cantajesi. No, check that. Sorensen tackled to the floor. No, check that again. Ruiz tackled to the floor. As we'll go the other way.
Oh, nice
Fast
pass.
break. Wow. That's impressive. And if Chicago Inter can maintain that fast pace, I don't think San Diego will be able to keep up. I mentioned in the open as we go the other way that San Diego had a win against Houston and a tie the last time these two teams played back on Friday in pool play.
What do you think is going to make the difference today for the team that ultimately comes out on top?
I think an attack is something that'll make a world of difference. So teams and either team and how they perform in the attack will, to me at least, determine the game, because as they say, a good defense is an even better offense, right?
Yeah. No,
So
agreed.
San Diego draws the first suspension of the game and threw away an attack. A reminder, in handball, the the suspension situation does not end on a goal. Will play out the entire 2-minute suspension, and then San Diego in this case will come back on the floor full strength. But it doesn't end on a goal like in ice hockey. Chicago gets the early or extends its possession. 2-1 our score to Chicago Inter, as San Diego comes back up the floor, but 45 seconds left in the suspension to San Diego. And also another key would be behavior, where the less you're serving suspensions, the better. San Diego gets a shorthanded marker there as the final 20 seconds are about to come up on the suspension. But the more you can keep full rosters on the floor, the better to me. What's another key to you as we've seen the first 10 minutes nearly of this one?
Yeah, I'm seeing really strong goalkeeper play right now from San Diego. Been several point blank shots that have been stopped, and that will kill your momentum throughout a game more than anything if you are not able to consistently score. So I think it's a big gap. Chicago's goals right now have largely been wide open shots and fast breaks. If they don't have any variety from that, it's going to make it tough long term. So we'll see how it shakes out.
Back the other way comes San Diego. And also I mentioned going on runs of 3+, 4+ goals. Also serving a particular importance. So we'll keep the possession here. Back underway we go. Aren't able to get an audio feed from directly from Chicago, as that would make, from an early test that we did on Friday, that would make ears bleed. So doing the best we can with what we have, as Chicago will have the possession extend. This goes back over to Guerin, shot and a goal for Chicago to go up 4-2. San Diego unable to answer. Now Chicago back up the floor. You mentioned wheelchair handball in your coaching role there. Is the game similar to that of, let's say, ooh, big hit, drawing a 2 and a 7? I believe San Diego will come off the floor again. So a near double whammy situation as the goal scored by Chicago to go up 5-2. Is wheelchair handball similar to that of like a wheelchair rugby? Or is there
Um,
less contact? Timeout called.
yeah, I would say for anyone watching, it's actually from a handball perspective, it's very similar to the beach handball format.
Okay.
So yeah, it's 4 per side, and then because it is on a court, you do have a firm 6-meter line, and, yeah, pretty much it's imagine if indoor was basically 4 on 4, but you have the rules of beach handball where a 360 or a spectacular goal still gets you 2 points. Also, a goalie shot from the 6-meter, area is also worth 2 points if it goes in, and what gets really interesting too is you have players where you have different approaches where sometimes you send 3 players up and you keep your 4th player back in goal, and or similar to beach, sometimes you send all 4 players up on attack, where the weak side is instructed to return to the goal as soon as there's action on the strong side. So it's really fast paced, 2 10-minute halves, and yeah, it's been incredible to see how much progress we've made as the United States, even in just a year of the program existing. So
That's great to hear. The When you mentioned the 2-point goals, I blame blame the youth in me, but I immediately thought of pro beach hockey.
oh yeah, I'm not familiar.
Inline
Never watched the format. Yeah.
uh, inline from the 90s, or inline hockey from the 90s out in Huntington Beach, California, and the rink had an arc similar to that of a handball court, actually, and shots behind that would count for 2 goals. But also, pro beach hockey was famous for having the ramp behind the net,
Hmm,
which allowed play to continue.
that's cool.
A team
And what a nice
in,
save there.
yeah, she can be a shot maker if she gets her desired shot. But as 55 seconds approximately remain in the suspension to San Diego, a stop of play for a 7-meter for San Diego to bring them within 2. They nail it. And so San Diego, a man or a woman short for another 20 seconds. Achim delivers that across to Guerin and will go the other way. 2-on-1. So San Diego has numbers. Nice save. In that situation, as a goaltender, I'm looking for them to. I'm looking for the pass instead of, like happened there, instead of the one shooter barreling in on you and shooting. As a goaltender, I'm almost expecting the original shot timeout as a goaltender, as the San Diego goaltender was hit in the head, it appeared. May have been upper body. And we're back underway full strength by the looks of it. $16.5 to go in the first half. The men's championship starting now over on court 2. And Chicago Inter brings it up the floor. Five-three our score, 15:45 roughly left to play in the half.
Oh, it might be a charge.
No, they didn't call that.
No.
I could see that call. I believe the Inter defender was outside the 6, or the I keep wanting to call it the 6. Might be rugby in me, but the Chicago defender was outside the arc, where you could argue that as a charge.
Yeah, agreed. I'm surprised what happened there. It looks like there was a bit of a reset. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, Chicago ball. 7-meter there. It looks like grab from behind as they were
Okay.
breaking in for the shot.
It'll go to Chicago Achim to take it. $14:35 to go in our first half.
New goalkeeper for the shootout.
7-meter specialist, but Achim a little bit more special, as she scores to put Chicago ahead 6-3. Can San Diego answer, is the question. The answer on that possession looks like not, but they'll extend the possession as they drew the infraction. Ruiz got hacked, no call, and we'll go the other way. $13.5 left to go in the first half, as it is 6-3 to Chicago. Ball back up the floor. Ooh. They're just going to call that incidental contact by the looks of it. Ruiz gets the restart.
Looks like
And
tip and then a save out the back line. So restart to Chicago.
that's a Tendy's best friend, at least as far as handball is concerned.
Absolutely.
Did you ever play
But
goal?
also nothing worse than a tip. What's that?
Did you ever play goal?
Oh yeah, I was a goalie for Team USA for about 6 years. So love the tips when it slows down, but nothing worse than a tip that gets redirected and goes in at like 5 miles an hour. So
Were you ever like
Yeah.
Olaf Kolzig when he played for the Washington to his goalpost? Or no, that was Hasek who would talk, or no, let me check myself again. It was either Dominic Hasek or Martin Brodeur of the Devils who would literally talk to the goalposts.
Can't say I ever did that, but would definitely get rather emotional and a little bit when it was hot. You know, you had to keep the spice coming.
I was so far off that I wasn't even or that it wasn't even funny. Patrick Waugh actually did that when he played for Colorado.
Patrick Waugh, yeah, I can see that.
Now an NHL head coach.
Yeah,
7-4, 11 minutes and a dime remaining in the first half. Very evenly played so far between these two teams as Chicago Inter comes into their attack. Nedeljkovic, Achim, lost contact but picked up the ball. Nedeljkovic goes across to the right wing. Now inside on the switch, Nedeljkovic tried to swim through two, could not, but Chicago keeps possession. Nedeljkovic gets the 9-meter restart. It's another halt to play. I believe the foul was called before the shot. These fouls obviously serving as a way to slow down the game as passive called for Chicago. Achim, right side, got to get it off. They do not. They do score to go up 8-4, but those common fouls, a way to slow down the game. Does that harm you at any point later in the second half, or does that mantra harm you at any point?
no, I mean, as long as it's a common foul and your team is not getting 2-minute suspensions, honestly, in certain cases, especially when you're on defense, it's honestly a good thing. It slows down the cohesion of the offense. Let's say they've scored 3 goals in a row or something, and you're able to have a common foul, wrap them up, a couple times in a row in a single possession. That really slows things down and allows your team not only to rest, but kind of disrupts the momentum.
Up the floor comes Guerin at the top. She has Nedeljkovic with her and Achim at the back. Thrown across. Achim
Pass.
went to
Too much
sleep a
spice on the
little
pass
bit.
there.
I'll play devil's advocate. I think that pass was right where it was supposed to be. Natalia just didn't get there. As a bit of contact inside creates the stoppage. 8.5 to play in the half. Great save.
Great
As we have a
save.
goaltender ball. And back ahead comes Chicago. Shot on, even better kick save as we'll go out of play. And San Diego will have a chance to extend their offense.
Oh, nice move. But looks like fouled going in. It's good. Just a 9-meter reset. So saying it was a clean foul through with the left hand.
Seven and 3/4 minutes to play in the first half. And a 2-minute call against Chicago. So San Diego gets a score as you will suspension here, which means they can score literally at will. There's a foul called inside. Long shot and an even better goal. San Diego back to within 2.
That was an absolute laser.
Minute and 20 remaining on Chicago's suspension. Ball delivered on the right side to Ejections, but she ran out of room. So they have to go back to the top of the attack. Whistle inside. How long has I know we're looking at a 2-goal lead here. How long has wheelchair handball been in existence in the U.S.? 1 year, and
1 year.
Okay, and then as a sport, decade maybe.
Right about a decade. Okay. When we played in the World Championships last year in Cairo, it was the 3rd World Championships they'd had. So coming up on a decade, and it's been great. I know for those watching that are United States handball fans, and there's always the rhetoric around the US that we have such great athletes, we should be a great handball country. That same thing is actually playing out on the wheelchair side, where the United States has adaptive athletics. It's way more developed than the rest of the world. And we've come in and take multi-purpose athletes and made them great handball players, as there's a penalty shot here.
Shot saved. And I'm actually a former adapted athletic athlete in Minnesota. Played adapted soccer as a goalkeeper, adapted hockey as a goaltender, shocker, and adapted softball as a pitcher. So I know a little something about where we're going in terms of an adapted athletics program. So we get a stop to play, a timeout, Chicago. I know a little something about adapted athletics and how that ties in to wheelchair handball.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would say, we have had a lot of success finding certainly multi-purpose athletes, but wheelchair basketball is probably the most popular sport from an adaptive standpoint by far.
Yep.
So we
Easy.
found a lot of athletes from basketball, but what I think makes them so unique, and again, what people may not realize about the adaptive space is, to your point, if you have experience playing basketball, but also softball and also ice hockey and all of these different things, the United States has multi-purpose athletes playing several different sports, whereas overseas, they may only have one opportunity to play basketball as an example, or it's very rare that adaptive athletes overseas are playing several different sports like we have here in the United States, which has given us a great leg up. And we're continuing to build the program rather rapidly with 2 medals in our first 2 performances. So it's been really exciting time to be a part of it.
Both gold?
Silver medal in the World Championships, and then a bronze. We actually ended up losing to the champions Portugal in the semifinal. We lost by 1 in overtime. So we are on the cusp, and that's Operation Gold is where we're at now, looking for gold going into next year's World Championship.
5:40 left to play in the half as Chicago extends its possession. Bear hug, halts play. The clock continues to move. Right wing shot would not go for Natalia Chim, I believe.
It's a great time to heat things up here before the end of the half.
Yeah. I know that I believe it was Maine here in the U.S. has a very similar adapted athletics program to Minnesota. The shot there goes in, making it 8-7. And I believe Minnesota and Maine are the only 2 states in the union that have legitimate adapted athletics recognized as high school sports or sports at the high school level.
Yeah, that may be correct. I think the audio just dropped for just a moment there as Chicago scores again. But yeah, yeah, Minnesota and Maine. Believe we have a few athletes from those states as well, and yeah, Auburn is quickly becoming a hub for the wheelchair handball team as well. And big shout out to the community supporting us out there.
4 minutes to play in the first half. 9-7 our score.
Oh, second 5-hole shot in a row from the right wing there. It's heating up.
Chicago back up the floor. And they score to extend their lead to 10-8. Back comes San Diego. Big hit, freeing the ball up, and that'll draw the ire of the officials. With 3 minutes to play in the opening half.
Oh,
what a shot. I was surprised that shot was able to occur with as much body contact as was going on there.
yeah, I don't think the goalie expected it. But 9-meter reset. Looks like the play had stopped. That was a nice breakthrough and goal there as well from the left back.
San Diego to within 1. Chicago comes up the floor. Tala on the left wing. Buzarabe also out on the floor for Chicago. Shot just wide. As we approach the final couple of minutes in the first half. Right wing corner. Buzarabe scores.
Nice misdirection. It was looking right, finished left.
And once the goaltender commits to either direction, you're either hosed or you're in the right spot.
Yeah. Nice save there. And might have been off the post. I couldn't tell if it was the left hand or post, but
I believe it got the left
good
hand.
icy shot. Yeah.
.94 seconds remaining in the first half. As the San Diego player up, hobbling just a bit on her left ankle. By the looks of it, again, won't speculate anything officially. That's just experience and video coming into play. Seven-meter throw up coming for San Diego. Score.
Oh. Tipped it. Couldn't get in front of it in time. Too much hot sauce.
That leads me to a Peyton and Eli style question of favorite hot sauce.
Oh. It's hard to stray from sriracha. I'm definitely a
Okay.
buffalo truffle guy if I'm feeling extravagant, but
There you go.
yeah, I think sriracha through and through. There's a great shot there off the top right. Unfortunately, just caught the post.
Under a minute to play in
How
the
about you?
first half. I oh goodness. I've been on a Cajun kick lately. Um, but I earlier in my lifespan, I was a big fan of the blazing sauce at Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm a chicken wing guy, and then uh, or a few years ago, I decided to finally enjoy my food and not have it be all heat. And so I'll go just your traditional hot buffalo, uh,
Nice.
maybe maybe um, maybe extra spicy Cajun if I'm in the right frame of mind.
Absolutely. A classic.
Yes. 3 seconds left in the half. And that'll do it for half number one. As it is 12-10 Chicago Inter at the end of the first half.
Great half.
What are you expecting more of the same in the second half?
Yeah, I think the big determining factor, I think this first half, a lot of great goalkeeper play. And that I think that's going to be the factor when you look at the second half and it comes down to the wire. Who's going to be able to make the most saves? Yeah, it's going to be a good one. How about you?
I'm in the right spot with you where I we're in the middle of the screen there. I think it'll come down to defense, and I think it'll come down to the uh, how the goaltending is. 22 goals in a half hour isn't that large of an offensive output where I'm led to believe that this will be more defensive game coming down the line. Let's take a short timeout. We'll bring you the second half shortly as the women's final at the Lipov Memorial Cup is yours on YouTube.
Just a quick check. Did you see my message, by the way?
Twelve 10 at the half. Chicago Inter ahead of San Diego. Jeff Disher here with you, taking you home in the women's final. And a note for those of you looking for the men's championship game, that was moved, that is underway on court 2. So if you were looking for that, that is where you can find the men's championship game, which features NYC and Dallas Handball Club. But here, Chicago Inter ahead of San Diego by a count of 12-10 at the break. My thanks to Eric Finch for hopping in for that first half. And I will be the Lone Ranger, so to speak, to take it home. Short timeout, and we'll bring you the second half of Chicago Inter and San Diego in a moment as the Lipov Memorial Cup is yours on YouTube. teams back on the floor to start the second half of play. With Chicago Inter holding a 12-10 lead at recess. Jeff Disher here with you. Chicago will get the first possession of the second half. And we're underway. This goes across. Guerin at the top of the attack. ISO play. Allowing a Chicago Inter goal for a 13-10 lead. As Chu comes up the floor for San Diego on the left wing. So get it here from Rosa. Down into the left wing corner. At shot short side off the side of the cage. Back the other way we go. Chicago looking to advance. This is Guerin. She took a fall before, or she took a hit before the shot. And Chicago maintains possession. Guerin. Back across, left wing. Passive play up for Chicago. They score. And Chicago holds its biggest lead of the day so far. Rosa. Ball dribbles near the top of the arc. And Chicago will take over. Resetting is Nedeljkovic. Guerin. Nedeljkovic goes across. Guerin goes into the corner where she finds Vukovic. And Vukovic couldn't handle the pass. San Diego will take it the other way. 3 minutes into the second half, 14-10. Mira Chu on the left wing side as the whistle goes to halt the movement. But we'll stay here with San Diego holding possession. Rosa, right wing. And a 2-minute call against Chicago. Keep in mind in a suspension like this, goals can be scored at will, so San Diego can score as many times as they can humanly score the ball. That goes by the wayside as we have 25-45 left to go in regulation. Chicago comes up the floor. About a minute left in or under a minute now left in the advantageous situation for San Diego, or that San Diego places itself in or finds itself in. They haven't been able to find much in the way of pay dirt though in this advantage that has 25 seconds left in it. Back up the floor comes Chu. Chu dishes it off. The shot goes wide. Final seconds of the penalty set to tick off. "24 minutes left." "14-12 now in favor of Chicago. Guerin drew the body contact, drew the 7. Acheem to take it. And she scores 15-12. San Diego back up the floor. This goes to Chu. Shot and a goal in the top or upper 90 of the net. Back comes Chicago. Vukovic up the right wing. Wants it, overcommitted, did Vukovic. Dribbled off her foot, but it won't, or the possession will stay with Vukovic in Chicago. Guerin, shot and a goal. 16-13. As San Diego gets possession back. Rosa. Shot wide. Rebound will come the way of Chicago as they look to go up. Save made. And the rebound controlled by the goaltender. 3-goal game, 22 1/4 remaining. Timeout on the floor. It is a San Diego timeout. Those of you who had watched the USA National Cup games earlier remember that Anthony Scott Knox, Miles Bacon, and I talked about that being a series of qualification events where two other qualifying tournaments will take place in Denver at the Samala Super Cup and the West Point tournament at the end of February. The best teams by record will qualify for a regional tournament to be held in 2020 or later in 2026. Back underway. San Diego with the ball coming off the timeout. And I'd expect San Diego to have a bit more attack or a bit more of an attack mind. As the shot goes in for San Diego to bring it to within 2. Actually, I believe that goal was disallowed for an infraction on the attack. So Chicago still with a 3-goal lead, looking to make it 4. Nedeljkovic scores. 17-13 Chicago. "21 minutes and a penny remaining to be played." As that ball dribbled off a foot, or deflected to a foot, allowing San Diego to maintain possession. Bear hug halts play, but the movement still on for San Diego. Rosa, shot on the near side, wouldn't go, missed wide left. "17-13 Inter as they get into their attack. Inter with numbers is taken down. Was Ohani Garin. Drawing a 7-meter for Achim to take. And Natalia has it kicked away from her. And a potential 2-goal swing on the in the cards for San Diego if they can put it in the net here. Dropped over by Chu. Inside. And a continuation of the possession after the foul called inside. Chu goes across, finds Rosa. Rosa. Ooh, that hit up, or that appeared to look, or to have the look of a hit up high, but the goal scored. 17-14. Back comes Chicago. Buzarabe has a goal taken away. Chicago with possession. Quick restart. Garin goes left wing. Quick pass inside to no Inter player in particular. However, I believe San Diego sent off a San Diego player sent off. 18-14 Chicago. As there is a minute and some change remaining on the San Diego suspension. As they're down to 5 on the floor. Achim comes across, goes to Guerin. Guerin hits Nedeljkovic with it. Nedeljkovic goes to Achim. Natalia Achim. 19-14 Chicago with 17 minutes to play. Five-goal game, plenty of time remaining. That goal wiped off the board. Actually, check that score the goal. 19-15. San Diego back to their full complement of players. As Chu and Rosa and company bring it up the floor for San Diego. Rosa dribbles it off her foot. That pass rises for Chu to catch. Chu inside, looking for space, found some, and scored. 19-16. 15:40 to play. Vukovic lost it. Will head the other way. San Diego will maintain the possession. Chu, Rosa. Right wing. Chu. Rosa, left wing corner, wouldn't work, and we'll go the other way. 15 minutes to play. Chicago with a 3-goal lead. Jeff Disher here with you on a solo flight to take you home here in the Lipov Memorial Cup on the women's side. As Chicago calls a timeout on the floor. With 14:46 remaining. Now, a timeout isn't as simple as the T symbol that you are used to and getting the attention of the official in handball. You have to submit that to the scores table in the form, or the most common form is a placard with a T symbol on it. Once that is given to the scores table, then the timeout initiates. And so that's where we're at with Inter taking a timeout, 14:46 remaining in the contest. Teams back out onto the floor. And just as quickly as that Chicago Inter possession started, it ended just as abruptly. Shot and a goal for San Diego to bring them within 2. And Chicago Inter crosses the timeline up 19-17. Quick shot and a goal to put Chicago back up 3. Chu, Rosa, right wing, Rosa. Chu, Rosa nearly at her pocket picked, goes to the right wing. Loose ball inside, picked up by Chicago. 20-17 with 13.5 remaining. As a team will take this. Quick restart for Chicago as that one was fired in by Vukovic. Extended possession as Buzareb will handle left side. Her shot should be off the side of the net. Loose ball, far corner. What a stop by San Diego's goaltender. That appeared upper chest. And a great stop made by the San Diego goalkeeper or goaltender to keep them within distance. Chu ran into a Chicago Inter player back to front. Didn't punish Chicago any by surrendering a goal. They're still up 3 as we enter the final 12 minutes and a penny. Quick restart for Chicago. That one comes across to Vukovic. Vukovic goes across. The quick shot by Nedeljkovic. Goes into the net, and I believe it's 21-17. It is. With 11.5 to play. I believe it's the biggest lead for Chicago all day. And San Diego answers right back to at least keep within shouting distance. Chicago in on the attack, 11 and a penny remaining in this one. As that goes up high and out of play. Brought back ahead by San Diego. Chu and Rosa play catch on the left wing. Now they go to the right. Rosa, Chu with the switch. Rosa with the shot, kick save. Will come the other way. Vukovic draws the foul and the stoppage with a quick restart for Chicago. Inside, Guerin, goalie ball. 10 minutes to play. Rosa and Chu switch off. Right wing shot wouldn't go as the stop made by Chicago Inter. Down to the last 9:40 as Chicago brings this ahead. This goes to Guerin. Guerin gets the stop. Left wing pass inside, shot and a goal for Chicago to go up 22-18. 9:10 remaining in the second half. Chu, Rosa. Rosa thought about a left-handed shot, goes right wing instead. Swap, and the pass intended for Mira Chu as she couldn't handle. 8:45 left to go in the second half, 22-18 Chicago Inter. For those looking for the men's final, that is well underway and may almost be over on court number 2 right now across the way on YouTube. 23-18 Chicago Inter. I mentioned that men's final note because it was to have started right about now. But they moved the game time up over on court 2. And so we will not have the men's final for you. San Diego with a quick restart. Shot in, and a goal bringing San Diego back to within 4. $7:45 to play. Inside is Guerin. Guerin gets this to Achim. Achim, bounce pass. I believe Chicago will keep possession. Guerin with a shot. Misconnected. Now San Diego back up the floor. Time starting to become the enemy of San Diego. That comes over to Sorensen. Sorensen now on the floor. Swim moves through one. She took the body contact. And the foul given. Garden Variety 9-meter restart. 6:40 to play. Sorensen goes across to Chu. Chu inside. And the goal scored. Timeout, Chicago. Or check that. No timeout. We play on. I thought I saw the timeout sign. 23-20. Six minutes to play. Body's now starting to fly as we get down to the nitty-gritty. Achim left wing, kick, save. Loose ball. They give it to San Diego. Back ahead comes Chu. Shot and a goal, 23-21. 5.5 to go. Back across comes Chicago Inter. Looking to take the shot would have been Bozarabe. And that will bound up over the net. Not many possessions left if you figure that a possession takes relatively 25 to 30 seconds off the clock. So we are truly in the stretch run. Sorensen dishes right hand, goes right wing corner, shot and a goal. San Diego to within one. I'll bet Chicago wishes they had a timeout right about now. As Chicago comes up the floor. Bozarabe delivers left wing side. Bozarabe got it back. Goes to Guerin. Guerin drew the contact. 4 minutes to play. Guerin with the quick restart. Guerin inside, bounces wide. Now Chicago in hang on duty as we count down to the last 3 3/4 minutes. Chu gets this back from her left wing. Sorensen delivers to her right wing, shot and a goal. Tied at 23. Achim goes to Guerin. Inside, 3:20 left. Guerin gets this. Quick restart here for Chicago. Back underway we go. Nedeljkovic goes left wing. Drew the contact. Will go the other way. Offensive foul. Brought back ahead by San Diego. And we are still tied at 23 in the late going. Brought back ahead by Inter across. It'll come to Bozarabe. Bozarabe dropped that to Natalia Achim. Inside. Achim got it back with her right hand. Goes left wing. Shot and a goal. 24-23. 2 minutes and 15 left. San Diego goes into their attack. Nothing doing. Now Chicago is in survival mode as we're under 2 minutes to play. Timeout on the floor. Chicago will take it. .154 remaining in the second half. 1 goal game as Chicago Inter and San Diego face off in the Women's Championship at the Lipoff Memorial Cup in suburban Chicago. Mokina, to be more exact. .154 to play. We are back underway. This ball thrown across. Nedeljkovic drew the contact. Nedeljkovic inside. Achim taken to ground. As we're down to the last 90 seconds, Chicago with the ball. Inside, Achim taken down again. and a halt to play. San Diego can tie. As we have a minute to play, 24-23 Chicago. Chu, left wing. Inside, that ball thrown out of, or deflected off a Chicago Inter player. 45 seconds to play. Inside, shot and a goal, 24 all. Half minute remaining. That will go in. Chicago with a 25-24 lead. San Diego with possession. Chu slows down. Long shot, wide, and that might just about seal it. So we have an injured player, 10 seconds to go. So Chicago down a player through that entire sequence. And I believe that was Sorensen that was down. Or no, check that. Not sure who the Chicago player was or who the player was. Ten seconds to play. Chicago Inter with a 1-goal lead. San Diego will tie the game. And why wouldn't we go to overtime? That's what we're going to do. 25-25 at the end of regulation. And so we will have I believe it's 5-minute overtime periods to decide this one. No golden goal required. So So we're going to have a 5-minute pause prior to overtime beginning. Then it'll be 2 5-minute OT periods to decide this one once and for all. We'll pause overtime next. If you wanted more handball, we've got the cure. OT in the women's final between Chicago Inter and San Diego, 25-25. As we get ready for 5-minute or 2 5-minute periods of overtime. To settle the women's championship at the Lipov Memorial Cup. Jeff Disher here with you, flying solo. To end this one. And we are underway. San Diego gets the opening possession of the overtime stanza, or of the first overtime stanza. Chu goes across, and they find Sorensen near the right wing. Sorensen, Chu dropped that off inside, shot in a goal. San Diego will take the first lead of OT. (26-25). San Diego with possession as Chu will bring it up for San Diego, the women in yellow. Sorensen crosses over, goes right wing side. Now a shot from the corner, kick save as well. Achim and company bringing it up the floor for Chicago Inter. 3:40 remaining in the first overtime session. As Achim and company missed the shot. Chu, Sorensen to Chu. Sorensen calls the play. Chu goes left wing side. Chu gets held. 3 minutes and a nickel remaining in the first OT. Chu, Sorensen, and those two play catch. Inside, contact before the shot. We'll go the other way. Up the floor goes Chicago. And an offensive foul called that forces Chicago to go back into their defensive posture. They're drifting between a 1-5 and a 6 flat as Chu will handle this for Chicago. Sorensen crosses with Mira Chu. Chu around one. She gets bodied off the ball and will stay here. 2 minutes and a nickel to play in the first of our 2 overtime sessions. Sorensen. Left wing corner, wide. No, that was a pass right wing, shot in a goal. 27-26. Inter, or 27-26 San Diego, rather. Big pass over to Vukovic, and Vukovic taken down. 1:10 left in the first overtime. Guerin will go the other way. Offensive foul. Under a minute remaining. 27-26 San Diego. We have another 5-minute overtime upcoming. Figure about another 8 or so possessions, maybe 10. Ball loose inside. Incidental contact will stay here. 30 seconds to go in the first half of overtime. Sorensen goes to Mira Chu. Chu, Sorensen. Right side, Sorensen. Ran into a wall. Sorensen finds space, but the shot blocked and out of play. Final 6 seconds of the first overtime. And we go to the first half of overtime with a 27-26 lead in favor of San Diego. 5 more minutes as we reset for the second part of overtime. They're going to change sides as well, similar to that of regulation. Both teams back out onto the floor to begin the second part, or the second stanza in overtime. And it looks like Chicago will have the ball to start the second stanza. Back underway we go. San Diego with its first possession after Chicago makes a mistake. Potential 2-goal swing here in play. As that goes inside, contact before the shot. Sorensen will get the restart. She goes over to Keila Rosa. Left wing corner. And a red card issued against Chicago. And it's still 27-26. Back the other way comes San Diego. Quick shot and a quick goal to put San Diego up 2. This is a man-up situation where San Diego can score at will. Well, both teams can score at will, but it's not like a traditional maybe hockey power play, which ends on the first goal. Easiest analogy I can come up with as 3:18 remains to be played in this second overtime. Chicago looking to come back down a man. And we'll go the other way as that one goes wide. San Diego in survival mode for the first time since halftime. As we're 3/4 of the way through the overtime session. 20 seconds left in the inter suspension. Shot and a goal. And that might seal the deal for San Diego as the final seconds of the advantage for San Diego tick away. Both sides back to their full complement of players as we're under 2 minutes to go. Shot wide, ball out of play, and that only helps San Diego as far as the possession goes. Achim ran into a wall. She's almost taken down. Quick restart for Chicago. Achim fires and score. 29-27. Chicago's not done yet. Time not on their side, though, as we have under 80 seconds to play. ISO move for Chicago. And Chicago goes back across. You missed San Diego's 30th goal, but I promise they scored it. As we're under a minute to go, Chicago not making the most of their chances, potentially knowing they need to hurry, not helping their cause, as San Diego up a field goal with 35 seconds to play. Sorensen gets this back from her right wing. That might be Martinez. As San Diego looking to melt the clock. Sorensen goes across to Rosa, left wing. Rosa, passive play up for San Diego. Not going to matter in the end. That shot will go in, and San Diego will win the Lipov Memorial Cup Women's Division by a final score of 31-27. And confirmation as you see San Diego celebrating with Chicago Inter dejected. Great effort by Chicago Inter, though. Let's not discount that, as San Diego takes the spoils in the Lipov Memorial Cup Women's Final. The teams shake hands. I want to thank everybody that was a part of our coverage throughout the weekend. Josh Forstoffel, Mike King, Eric Finch, and Miles Bacon, as well as Anthony Scott Knox. Jeff Disher signing off for now as San Diego defeats Chicago Inter to win the women's final by a count of 31-27. So long, everybody.